back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Chat, I'm back. Chat, we're so back. Oh, God. Hold on. Let me just make sure. See, my bitrate's fine. My bitrate been good. Chat, we're so back. Chat, 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 chat. Uh, Hold on. We're back. Okay. I don't know why I did that. That's so annoying. I'm gonna wait a few minutes before we continue. Can you hear me all right, chat? I need a head count. My bitrate says it's fine. Yep. Okay. I don't know why it crashed. I don't even know if it's like bad out or it was storming. I think it might be gone now. I don't know why the internet went out. Well, I went ahead and I think it like went back up right afterward, but I went ahead and just restarted the router full stop so that it wouldn't, you know, might as well. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. But the bitrate's fine. I mean, it was fine the entire time. So it just like went like my entire internet had gone down immediately. Like everything was gone. Ugh. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Anyway. Um Ah, my goodness. This music is really creepy. Also, the I think that's what it is. I think I can hear the stomach noises, which is really gross. Anyway, we're back. Should I let me update the stream name. We're we're back. Man, I had a good handful of viewers too. That fucking sucks. We're back. We're so back. um Stream quality's okay though, right? I mean, my bitrate's been green. I mean, my connection says excellent. Otherwise, it just crashed for no reason. Whatever. It's okay. Looks fine to me. Okay. All right, we'll continue. You can't hold me forever, she says to me, and I was trying to figure out what to say. I didn't progress any further, by the way. I don't think I did. Um, I think I have to kill myself, right? But at the same time, I can just try to keep going, and I think, fuck it, I'm gonna try to keep going. My reasoning is no, but here's actually what I'm kind of worried about. I feel like my like, what if my like, limbs dissolve, but I'm still alive for a while, and she breaks out? I'm killing myself.
In an act of spiteful defiance, you pull your weapon to your throat, your shaking, ulcerous hand clenched tight around its hilt. And then you draw it across your bubbling veins. Your blood flows out, filling the tiny space inside the princess. You start to fade.
Does it feel like really warm inside of her?
A waste of a good life.
Not like sexually. That came out wrong.
It's better than giving in to her.
True.
But in the end, the opinions of stray voices mean little in the grand scheme of things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
And I die because I killed myself. The wild. God. No, this cannot be good.
We are a path in the woods. We have no beginning, and we have no end. But something cold and unnatural sits watching us from just beyond our edge.
Why is she whispering to me like that? She sounds like an ASMR channel. No.
His gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves, preventing them from stretching to the places they need to reach.
Lady, you sound like you need some therapy.
No, that's all wrong. You're not a path in the woods, you're on a path in the woods. Who's even saying
That's the princess, you dumb nut. Oh my gosh.
That's not the princess, is it? Oh no. How many times have you been here?
Dumbass, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
I think this is our third?
This is our third.
That's bad. That's very, very bad. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2. If you're at 3, well, no wonder things aren't the way they're supposed to be.
Okay.
Let's get our facts straight. What happened last time? What could you have possibly done for things to be like this?
Yeah. Okay, no, to be fair, to be completely fair and clear, I think I did everything right last time. Because I didn't do any dumb decisions last time.
The thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us. He tries to grasp at things that cannot be grasped.
She's aware.
He tries to stare with wide pupils at that which can only be held from the corner of the eye or with a passing glance.
Oh, she's so aware.
Shut up. The rest of you, talk. What happened? What did you do?
The rest of us.
We're part of her because she consumed us. Can she hear us if we talk?
I can hear everything,
Oh,
little
God.
one, but you don't have to be
No.
afraid of me.
No.
There's no place where you end and I begin. Nothing can hurt you.
You hurt me. You hurt me.
Not anymore.
You hurt me. You ate me. You killed me twice, actually. Well, no, to be fair, I killed myself the second time, but I had no other option. You were digesting us, lady. That's not a normal thing I have to deal with people.
It shouldn't count as her eating us if we offed ourselves.
That's why okay, voice is stubborn. I don't fuck with this new guy. I don't fuck with him.
We're still here, though. And if we're safe, isn't that better?
No.
I guess this is fine. Doesn't feel half bad. Miles better than being dissolved, anyway.
We're suffering both ego death and also ego getting far more definite and split up between several of us now, which is simultaneously, which is not a good. I don't think this is good.
She ate you. And now you're convinced that you're stuck together. What a mess.
God.
He doesn't understand. We aren't convinced of anything, and we aren't stuck together. We're one. This is how we're supposed to be. Can't you feel it?
I don't know. I don't know. This thing watching us, what is he? Why should anyone do anything right now? This is fine. I like being this. I don't know if I like this. Why are you being nice to me? Aren't you a monster? Didn't you eat me? That's a totally valid question. I can feel the pressure of the outside pushing in on us. What are we supposed to do about it? This is how we're supposed to be, but how do we know? What do we do now? Whatever we are right now is an abomination. I want out. I don't like this. I'm supposed to be me. And you're supposed to be something that isn't me. Okay, you narrator, how do I stop her? That's also a fair question. There's 3 good questions here. I'll explore.
I'm not watching you. I'm trying to help
You're
you.
watching me. Daddy's watching us.
That's not an answer to our question.
I don't know what he is. I only know that he is something other, and that he wishes for you and I to tear ourselves apart.
Why you gotten so nice to me all of a sudden?
I do want that, but only because it's in your best interests. It's in everyone's best interests. You Won't be able to slay her unless you remove
I don't think it's in her
yourself
best interest,
from
to be
her.
fair.
He wants us to kill each other.
I don't. I want you to kill her. Don't be charmed by her faux solidarity. You're not in this together.
Well, we kind of are. Not in the way you're talking about, but we kind of are.
She's the only one who poses a threat to the world.
Not
and
true.
She's trying to make you go along with it. You don't have to enable her, especially when you have what it takes to stop her.
It's not true, but I'm starting to believe your point that she poses a threat to the world, because what the fuck is going on right now? I've had enough of this guy. How do we stop him? This is really funny. This is super funny. Yeah, I've had enough of this guy. Alright, buddy. I've had enough of you. Okay, narrator, how do I well, hold on, wasn't there another? Why are you being nice to me? Aren't you a monster? Didn't you eat me?
We can't go back to
Oh
that.
god, oh my
We
god.
can't go back to the fear and the hunger and the pain. Not after being something as beautiful as this.
Holy god.
Doesn't all that conflict feel so far away right now? So petty? We've been posed against each other by something that understands the strength of our unity.
I can feel a thumping, a heartbeat,
Oh god, oh.
like a distant terror that keeps getting louder the more we pay attention.
Okay.
Please, stop. If you let it in, we'll fall apart.
Don't look at it.
Okay, oh, Jesus.
Hold yourself together. We're no strangers to effort. We can push this back down. Something might do us in eventually, but I'll be damned if that something is a thought.
Who are you talking to? Stubborn, my beloved? Stubborn's kind of a jackass right now. Maybe, or I don't know about right now. Bury it now before it's too late. Gaze at the terror in your heart. Chad, do I look at the void? I kind of want to look at the void. At the abyss. It calls to me. Probably won't.
No, you can't bury that feeling. You can't hide from your past.
Oh, that's my past. Okay.
The past doesn't have to exist. Our freedom is within us. We just have to find it.
Can I ask where the hell are we? Can I know that? What is going on? The past does exist, I remember it. Fair. Should I actually her? Everything's about to go red when I do, isn't it?
And just like that, you start to fall
Uh-oh.
apart. I can remember it now. I didn't like being eaten.
Huh?
I'd forgotten how much it burned. And the air was so hard to breathe. She didn't care. She didn't care at all.
True. You're very clearly on a path in the woods the narrator told you to begin with. No, we are the path in the woods. Oh my god, pay attention,
At
Chad.
least we didn't have to sit through it to the end. But I think she owes us, don't you, lads? She barely felt more than a little indigestion while we burned away inside of her.
Lads. Maybe I do like him. He's a jackass, but I kind of like him.
As you remember the terror and pain you felt at the hands of the princess, you start to remember something else, too.
Okay.
You remember that you are a distinct being with a finite form and a mortal body.
Yeah.
Feel it.
Yeah.
There is a shifting of the space around you, the infinitesimal movement of your molecules rearranging back into the shape of what you're meant to be.
Okay. Sure.
No, I devoured
Oh, no.
you. I won.
Yelling again.
I put things back the way they were supposed
I don't like
to
when
be.
she yells, okay? That's usually what she's doing at me. She's yelling.
Some division, when sown,
I got an
can
achievement.
never truly be mended.
The wound.
A cavernous gash rips across whatever it was you thought you were.
Whoa.
A cabin comes into being among the trees. It approaches. and it swallows your body whole.
What?
And then you
Oh,
find
dear.
yourself blade in hand, exactly where you need to be.
Okay.
At the center of it all is the princess, a wooden and fleshy heart beating with an unbroken rhythm. You're filled with a sense of purpose. Strike at her. End this once and for all.
Okay.
I feel empty.
There's a trick here.
Don't you?
There's a trick here somewhere, I know.
This doesn't feel like a fight. This isn't what I wanted. Where's the victory in this?
Honestly, spitting facts, stubborn.
I feel safe. She isn't dangerous anymore. We could leave her. We could both live.
I don't know about that. I think she's still dangerous.
Do we have to do this? You have to. You know you have to.
I never wanted to kill you, not really. But we can't be the same thing as each other. I had to put an end to whatever happened to us. Cut her free. Or I can slay the princess. I'm sure I know what the right answer is, but this is so tempting to just cut her free. God, what a difficult decision. Gosh. The narrator's gonna be so mad at me. Listen, I got here once before, and I can respawn, so surely I could get here again. I think we go for it. I never wanted to kill you, not really, but we can't be the same thing as each other. I had to put an end to whatever happened to us.
You devious little bastard. If you think I'm going to let you free her, you have another thing coming.
Uh-oh. Oh, he's gonna get involved?
And that other thing is... You'll just have to wait and find out when it happens.
I don't know if you're just bluffing or not.
Just ignore him. What's he gonna do? Lecture us into submission? He can talk all he
Okay, well, now that you, of all people, are saying this, now it leads me to believe he actually can do something.
You're tired, aren't you?
Did I just accidentally skip through something? No. No, I didn't.
No, I'm not. I'm... Fine. Whatever. You cut the princess down from the roots that bind her. I hope you're happy. Good luck getting her out of here.
I can do it.
I didn't think you would do that. After everything.
Chad, is this a I would love you even if you're a worm thing? Because it kind of feels like that. He's arguably far scarier than a worm.
It's so cold without you.
You ate me. Don't. No. Don't just say. Don't think we're just so buddy now. You ate me, and I still have claws and scales, and I don't know why. And I really have to sneeze right now. But it's not happening. Okay, it's fine. Oh my god. The fuck? What the fuck just happened? But you don't get the chance to respawn. Something has taken her away and it's left something else in her place. Is it the mirror? Oh, hey, it's the hands. Don't capitalize hands. No, don't do that.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Oh, I sneezed. Okay.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
What does the mirror mean? What does any of this even mean? I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking to her. The narrator is gone. Is he? Seems like he's gone. I wonder if the artists for this game decided they need to become good at hands, so they arted for a game that required drawing a billion hands. Maybe. I'm not opposed to that theory. They're clearly really good at drawing intestines. So they've got a weird skill set no matter what. I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror, approach the mirror. I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
Something dreadful about it. I don't think you should.
Okay.
That thing reeks of death.
Does it?
Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
Where else could she even be? We're in a void with just a mirror. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know where she went and don't know how we'd even go about looking for her. They're good at drawing them, but I've noticed the game likes to call them ribbons. Sounds a lot more happy that way. Yeah, that's fair. Anyway, I think we go for this one.
Right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful
That's
thing.
what I'm saying. We've got no other choice.
It's like it's mocking us.
Is it? Are you just stupid?
Let's just stay still.
I feel like there's so many voices going on now. There's 3 from here. The narrator, the princess, me, everyone in chat. The narrator is gone.
Yes. Does that mean the world ended?
No, because there's still a mirror.
It hasn't ended. We're still
Also us, but I don't trust that as much.
here. The world didn't end. We're still here. Come on. We just need to keep going.
Okay. Approach the mirror. See, this is our only option.
I'm begging you, don't.
We have no
do
other
this.
option. The mirror never scared you before?
It's
True.
different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
This is just the end of the game. I'm the only voice you need to listen to. Time to get up and grab a snack. A snack is always good. I have a snack with me. I'm gonna move on. It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final. I guess? You approach the mirror. Did I just lose the game? Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. What the hell? You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Jonathan Sims mentioned in a live stream that he injured his voicing stubborn. That's funny. Well, there's like dimension when I move my cursor. See, there's like 2 different. There's void in the foreground and void in the background. Proceed to the cabin. How do I do it? How in the world would you even go about that? Uh-oh. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Why is the long quiet capitalized? That's a proper noun. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's a lot of... What are you? The gift of a fragile vessel? Is this the end of the world? Let her out of there. Let her out of there. Is this the cabin we're talking to? Are you... Yeah. Do you know the... Yeah, this is the cabin. Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here? Do you... Oh my god. Do you know what the worlds beyond this place? Worlds? Slay the princess into the princess verse? Are you the princess? Do we know each other? Weapons now attack the entity, destroy your body. What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city.
Okay.
What are you?
It's not a good answer. Try that again. Solitary lights, what do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me.
You would say that.
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond,
Okay.
perspectives to make my own. This one is like a shadow of me, a memory of what she used to be, bound to the wounds of distance and time. She will make for a scarred and beautiful heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found peace.
Let her go. Let her go. Let her out of there.
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
We might be at the end of the world. It might end right after. Do you know the narrator? Oh, so I just call him the narrator now.
You are the only thing I have ever known.
God.
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Where is here? Are you listening to me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
God. Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
But you were always the princess. But were you always the princess? Or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
I think it does. I think it really does matter. We know each other.
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Thanks. What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
Okay, you're some sort of weird cosmic horror. And you want to just consume everything, don't you?
There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
I missed the narrator. Oh god, okay, more options. Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you? How much? I'm talking myself up when I say that. How much will I forget? How many more pieces of you do I have to find? And what if I don't let you do this to me? I'll send us to slay the princess before to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Okay, being semantic is the greatest understatement of the century with this game. This entire game is about semantics. I don't know if it seems like I don't have any other option. Then, okay, make me forget. I guess I'll keep exploring. Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
What are you now? How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
Until we meet again? How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
I understand what you're saying, but you're not giving me an answer. Whoops. I didn't mean to. I right-clicked. Okay. And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now, unfinished, dry, hollow.
I'm not going back. Wait.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Oh boy, she called my bluff. Wait forever? Okay, what if this is just a really bad thing? Which, to be fair, based off my intuition, this is a bad thing. I feel like the only way to save every other world or whatever is to just wait forever, so she doesn't... I have to Doctor Strange her. Or, at the same time, what does it matter to me? If I'm gonna wait forever, I'm waiting forever based off a vague idea that I might be helping other people. But there's also, I guess, some weird chance that I'm not, and I'm actually putting more harm into existence by waiting. And if anything, I should just do the thing. I'll wait forever.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping?
Oh my god.
If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
What happened to my game? Why'd it freeze? My game crashed. She called... What? Oh, the game... She literally intentionally called... Like, ended my game. Go on, then wait. It didn't crash. Okay, stop it. No, 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 no. I don't like these chats. What if we just wait? What if I just go stream a different game right now? I can uninstall the game. What if I stand on business? Is that what you want? Because I will. You have to don't understand I'm a very stubborn person, and I do like to stand on business. So I can just never open the game again. I'm okay with that. I feel like you're a Fae trying to convince him to eat from your table. Yeah, you've brought up the snack thing a couple times now. And I feel like that's like a whole different game going on. Anyway. Listen. As far as I'm concerned, the game, I didn't beat the game, but I have to abide by my decision of the game, and I have to wait forever. So do I, if I'm gonna wait forever, then, you know, like, no, 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 you can ignore the table snacks. Those are tricks. You can just pick up your own snacks, maybe some popcorn, perhaps some chocolate. Now I'm worried you poisoned my snacks that I have. I don't have either of those, by the way, popcorn or chocolate. I don't think. So, okay, let's get this straight. I'm waiting forever. It ended my game for me. Fun fact, the game is dialogue for if you take up to 1,000 years to open it again. Sorry, I wouldn't. I'm not a data miner. I'm not gonna know that. So I mean, listen, the game calling my bluff isn't a it's not a bluff if I actually just don't open the game again. And you're telling, so one of you said go on then wait. If you're wanting me to wait, I will wait. I have another game to play right now. So it's how about this? It's your decision. I guess spoilers if you want to wait precisely 1,000 years. So problem with that. Okay, never mind. Do you think the Steam data cloud will still be around in 1,000 years? I'm curious about the 1,000 year delayed dialogue. What if I opened up my computer settings and I switched the year to 3025 right now? Do you think it goes off of that? Probably doesn't. It probably like measures in a different way. Maybe it does. How would you figure that out? How would you get that dialogue without data mining? I want you to know, I know nothing about, I actually know fucking nothing about this game except that one of you has been pestering me for months to play it, and I'm finally playing it. I have literally done no other research into this game. Live streamed 1,000 years. All right. All of it technically being part of your Slay the Princess playthrough. We are playing Slay the Princess right now, even though I'm on my blank screen. We are waiting. See, here's the thing. If I were to open the game, she's about something about the game is about to get really pretentious and be like, well, guess who didn't want to wait? And I don't want to, I'm too prideful for that. So do I just never open the game again? I'm thinking about never opening the game again. I played it and I have to wait. That went with my decision. For all I know, does it work if you change the computer date and time? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I don't know. I think so. Should we try it? I'm okay to try it right now. Okay. Okay, fine. Give me a second. Settings. System? You could also try waiting 1,000 years and maybe grab a snack in the interim. You think one snack will keep me satiated for 1,000 years? Just one? Um, maybe a couple snacks. Okay. Thank you for bending the knee at the snack part. Okay. Um, let's switch to the let's figure out how to do this. About? It's not my about. I can look it up, but I'm kind of lazy. Let me make sure it's 1,000 years, not some other big number. I can recommend the sweet potato chips are surprisingly soothing. Okay, so hold on. Now you got me on my soapbox. Okay, I normally hate sweet potato chips. However, there's been one bag, I forgot what it was. They were really good because they had enough salt and seasoning to where this actual sweetness of the potato was like properly contrasted by the seasoning, you know? But like plain sweet potato chips, nah, I don't like them. It's because I don't like sweet potatoes. Maybe I'll start to like them when I'm older, but because a lot of the things I didn't like as a kid, I like now. But you know, maybe it doesn't happen till later. I love sweet potato chips. I think it's still like my childhood pickiness is still here. Most things it's subsided, but wouldn't 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 happen to be the HEB Central Market brand of sweet potato chips? Let me look that up because I might recognize it. HEB, what was it? Central Market. Central Market sweet potato chips. Exotic vegetable chips, sweet potato crinkle cut. Maybe you shouldn't answer that would indicate you're in Texas. Yeah, well, I've never seen these before, and I also don't live in Texas, so. Okay, how do I switch my time to 1,000? Oh, time and language. Date and time. Set time automatically turn off. Set the date and time manually change. Checking the Reddit, I think it might actually be hard coded the same way that that one don't open the game for 5 years Stanley Parable achievement is. So like you'd have to hack the game to hear it, not just change your clock. Yeah, unfortunately, I can only set my computer time to 2055 anyway, so it seems like it's a GG on that idea. Okay, so let's go back for a moment. I could This game has 131 achievements. Also, it's 200 years, not 1,200 years only means needing 1/5 the snacks. Well, I might only have a couple snacks no matter what. Why 2.56K? Let's keep the algebra out of chat. um, okay, so hold on, let's think for a moment. Do I open the game again? Should I? Should I just wait? Should I stand on business or should I open the game again? One of you challenged me to wait, and now you did. That was a mistake because I will wait. If I die waiting, then so be it. But if I open the game again, have it be known that that was chat's decision, not mine. The reason to want to open the game again is because you will forever not know yourself for the rest of eternity. I never knew myself. To be completely clear, you're talking to me of all people. And I have very bad identity problems. So, like, very bad. So, like, I don't know. Maybe that's okay. Maybe I don't want to know myself. Maybe the answer to knowing myself is if it's a disappointment. Maybe ignorance is bliss. Maybe I can forever wonder. But either decision is fine. As the game said, there are no premature endings. There are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. I think the game is very fun, but also engaging with it. Seriously, like, that is neat. Up to you. Oh my god, I'm on a hard, it's a difficult decision. This is an actually difficult decision. What if we could sleep on it collectively, you and I? Are you guys the princess and I'm the narrator? Or not the narrator, the hero? Is that what this is? The game wants you to engage with it and not in a way that demeans you. It actually sort of validates whatever you choose to do. I don't think it would demean me. I think chat would demean me. But that's also your job, to be fair. That's our relationship, you and I. I would not. Then you're a bad chatter, objectively speaking. When I'm in the chat of any other streamer, of course I'm demeaning them. Heart emoji. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I don't know. My, like, at all, because again, I've done no research on this game. I have no context of this game. My guess is that I got to that point relatively quickly. Maybe not, but I feel like it's not like oh, I did it too quick, because that's not a thing. I don't believe in that. But like, relatively speaking, maybe I'm wrong, but this feels. How long was I streaming earlier before the stream crashed? Give me a second. Let me open up my Twitch. I was streaming for Go to my content, video producer. I guess I'll publish this real quick. Publish. Yes. I was streaming for an hour and it's been 45 minutes. So it's only been about not even 2 hours. It's been like an hour and a half. Right? So I feel like I got to the point of the game where it crashes my game to make me wait for eternity relatively early, because I feel like an hour and a half. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't know. Should I let it be a vote? I'm okay with a vote. Should I run a straw poll? Give me a second. We'll do a vote. Create a poll. Should I reopen the game? Option 1. Yes. Option 2. Wait. Create poll. Share. Copy a link. Okay, I'm dropping a link. Vote here. You can either vote yes or wait. Now, to be fair, if I wait, that doesn't mean I'm going to wait forever necessarily. It just means I'm going to wait for, like, I'm not going to be streaming the game again tonight. And we'll have to think about it, and we'll have to come to this decision point again later. We're currently at 2 votes for yes, 0 votes for wait. Three votes for yes. I've got 4 viewers. That means we're going to reopen the game again. Okay. All right, let it be known. Chat, open the game again. Play. It takes a second to boot up. Okay.
You have returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Okay, we're back. You have returned to me, though you were gone mere moments. I never left your side. Well, it wasn't up to me. Okay, made me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Everything goes dark and you die. This doesn't feel like a good ending. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
The real Slay the Princess
And
starts
in the
here.
basement of that cabin is a princess.
I almost feel bad that I didn't wait. I kind of wanted to wait.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of
Here's
the
what I
world.
wanted. I'm frustrated because in the first time I just wanted to talk to her and everything spiraled out of control and it didn't give me an option to just talk to her. Like once I went back for the blade, which is why I didn't want to have the blade to begin with. You can skip previously seen dialogue by hitting tab on your keyboard or R1 on your controller. I don't have that. You're here to slay her. If you don't, okay, I guess tab. says skipping, but it's not skipping. It's... Oh, I see. When he's still talking, I guess. What do I pick? I think we're not going to speak, just continue.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right?
Proceed. Enter. Fuck the blade. Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please, come downstairs.
So fuck me for trying to be honest
Walk
earlier.
down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
If I just release her right now. Hold on, let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
Oh god, I feel like we circle back to where we were. I feel like we've already gone back. Okay. What's your name?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess?
Pause. Okay, so... why are we here again? Does the real Slay the Princess started here? So was I on some fucked up tutorial island, or did I just fuck up so bad that I just get to play the game again? So is Princess your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess. if
Alright,
you
you're being
like.
dodgy.
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name though. Everyone has a name.
You did not fuck up. You're doing perfectly fine. I always fuck up. That's all I do. Welcome to Surprise Bitch. It's a time loop narrative, kinda.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
And the narrator frustrates me because this would all make way more sense if you just gave me details, but you clearly are incapable of doing that. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
I think it has a lot to do with everything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant.
I think both of you are being... Oh my god.
Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
See, this goes back to the whole thing of your narrator not explaining to me what this creature is. Because if she's a human, she has to eat. If she's anything short of a cosmic entity, she has to eat. And the very mere fact alone that she hasn't been eating suggests to me that she's a cosmic entity, or a ghost, or supernatural. But considering what we saw earlier with the hands, I'm leaning more toward cosmic entity. I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. I was sent here to slay you. You're apparently supposed to end the world. That led us to a problem. What are you going to do if I let you out of here? I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a little bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. Keep you locked away. I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you. This doesn't add up, and it isn't worth the risk to take your word over the potential fate of the world. Retrieve the blade. Go upstairs and retrieve the blade without saying another word. Can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this. I'm getting you out of here. That'd be crazy if I just freed her. Okay, I'm going to get you out of here. Don't make me regret this. You probably have some snack hidden in that dress, probably a bag of Twizzlers. She can keep her dress to herself. What are you gonna do if I let you out of here? It feels too accusatory. Okay, I'm just gonna release her. I can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this and getting you out of here.
You're only making this more difficult.
Listen, buddy. It's been far more difficult in the past.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
Whatever, man.
You're doing the right thing.
I've been making mistakes. This isn't new.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
I read it as hug for a moment. I was really confused.
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
No.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
I'm gonna check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free. And if there isn't a key, do you have any other? I guess I'll do that one.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
Oh god, yeah, I know she's willing to do that.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
Yeah, this is true.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
Okay, but also if we were stuck down here long enough for that to even be an option, we would need to have had to have eaten. So, whatever.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock.
So the
slide
cabin
into
is
place.
being sentient again.
Is someone else here?
Try the
You
door.
try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
This is so unfair. Can I just say for a moment, this whole game is so unfair to us. Everyone beside me is a cosmic entity. Like, where the hell's the narrator? Why do I just hear him, and why can't he just see everything that I do? Let me out of here.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Whatever.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
I don't care.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
Okay.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely
Oh, dear
hesitates
Lord.
before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
Okay.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal.
Behind me?
It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her.
Good. This part is so sudden that it's become actually really funny to me. This doesn't even feel more sudden than last time we were here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save her.
Fine.
I'm pro princess on this one.
Against your better judgment, you place
Oh,
the
look
blade
at
against
that
the ragged,
face, though.
self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place.
Yo, look at the big ol' eyes. She couldn't do anything wrong ever. Just big ol' eyes.
You cut into her flesh.
Surely she's not about to do something bad right after this.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Ugh.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't.
True.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
You're becoming a problem, man.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward.
Stop
and
it!
raises the blade.
No, it's not doing that. You are controlling me. What the hell? What the hell? And what is going on with my arm again?
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do
That's
that.
what I'm saying.
Watch me.
No.
What are you doing?
The narrator's making me do it. Oh my god, you're such a... Warn her.
Stop that.
No.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
I'm trying my best not
The
to.
body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
Good.
Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
Eat shit, narrator.
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
Okay, what the fuck's going on with my arm, dude?
We
In my body.
both know this isn't you.
True.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
Uh-oh.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It
You're not winning
is
this game, dude.
agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
At least she's being nice to me.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
Who gives a shit anymore, dude? There's weird hand people in this game.
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
No.
Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
That's fine at this point.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered
See, at least she
cheeks.
cares.
It can't just end like this, right?
I mean, despite all that bad stuff she did. She said she's sorry, so it's okay. Well, the narrator never did. At this point, we just met whatever the hell that cosmic entity was, and so very quickly, the parameters of my world, the perspective on the world that I have here is becoming very meaningless very quickly. And so at this point, I'm just like, yeah, sure, kill me. I don't really care.
Oh, that's
I'll be
really
back,
from you.
probably.
As much as I'd prefer for
Think.
things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The damsel. A new chapter.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And you're here to...
I guess we could try different dialogue here. Okay, no.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If
Oh
we're
my,
going to save
new
our
voice.
beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
New voice.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess.
The smitten is clearly in love.
Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love.
Okay, he's at it.
The four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
4? I only count 3. Is there another princess?
See about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
Oh my God.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Or are they talking about me? Let's assume I'm telling the truth. Okay, we've already done that. What if we just left? No, we gotta go forward. This is a pro-princess run. Also, clearly the voices don't remember the previous set of attempts that ended with meeting fucking Yogg-Sothoth or whoever the hell.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie,
Okay.
she will cheat, and she will do everything.
Yep.
We already told you we're
Here we
not
go.
playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
Yeah.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
He does have a nice voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Proceed.
The interior of the
Wow.
cabin is clean and
The mirror's
elegant,
back.
its stone walls draped in fine-threaded
Weird.
tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Okay. Enter. No blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight.
Okay.
But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding
Okay.
bells already.
Buddy, calm down a little bit. Okay, come on. She is pretty. I'll give you that. But calm down.
I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Yeah, but it's a little desperate.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust
Okay.
and foul imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my...
If she responds to this, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero.
Okay.
I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Well, we're
Did you hear
back.
that? She said we're dashing, and she called us a hero.
Yeah.
Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
She said this back when we were in her belly a while ago, and you didn't say shit about it.
That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her.
True.
It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
I don't know about all that.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion.
Who gives a shit?
I'd really hoped I'd be the
don't
first,
care.
but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it
Worlds
right
end
this
all the time.
We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever, especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
What else am I supposed to do, man? I didn't... What did happen after I died? That's a good question. I have to ask, did you end the world after you killed me back there?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
No. No.
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips. Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
No, I don't want the world to end.
Then I didn't end the world.
Okay. Do I believe that?
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself.
Buddy, I think you might be...
I'm not so sure.
What happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
Like, true. I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair. Let's just rescue the princess.
Rescue her? What are you talking about? Did you forget that she's a world-ending monstrosity?
Rude.
And even if you wanted to unleash her onto the world, despite the complete moral disaster that would be, you'd have to get her out of those chains. Good luck with that. Don't you see how dainty her hands are? You'll be able to slip her out with ease. No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains.
Maybe.
If her hand could just slip out of the chains, why hasn't she done it already? Because we've yet to present her with her freedom. I'm not sure I follow.
Yeah, me neither.
Would you rather believe me, a passionate heart guided by love and my own good nature? Or would you rather believe the devil on your shoulder who tells you what you can and cannot do?
I don't believe literally any part of this game exists at all.
I think I'd rather believe in facts.
That these don't exist here, buddy. This is not a land with facts in it.
Ah, so you're one of those empiricists. One of us has to be. Then let me show you a brand new truth. Narrator, we can courageously step forward and free our beloved from her bindings.
If this works, I'm gonna lose my mind.
No, I
Okay.
can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon.
I don't.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain
I like him.
titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
You know, he stands on business.
You wouldn't.
We would.
I would.
He would.
I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings, and doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings.
Whoa.
That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
But look at those sweet eyes. She could never do anything wrong.
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
Yeah.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, it wasn't me. It was the other guy.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
Yay.
If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back, and everyone out there would be saved.
Oh well.
Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
Yeah.
What do we do now?
Yeah, I don't know. What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone
If she
who has
says that-
never felt love in his heart.
If she says that, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
Okay.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
There is no actual truth to this game.
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection.
Spit it out.
And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Not in the world. I want you to tell me what you want. There must be something you want. Do you want to end the world? I just want to leave. If you want to leave, then let's leave. There must be something that you want.
I just want to make you happy.
Ooh, the music went weird.
She can't just want to make us happy. It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
I want you to tell me what you want. But what would make you happy? True.
I just want to make you happy.
Uh-oh.
Is she broken? What's going on?
Oh, this is weird.
What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
Let's break her more. Not trying to be rude or mean. I want you to tell me what you want. You have to want something more than just making me happy. I want you to make me unhappy. That is a very bad thing to say, I think. You have to want something more than just making me happy. I guess I want you to tell me what you want.
I just want to make you happy.
Oh, dear Lord.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us.
This is
Don't
really
act like
scary.
it's a big
She's
deal.
being weird. Okay, clearly something's happening here and I'm very scared. What if we just don't do anything? What if we just stay here, nobody gets hurt, and we just figure out a way to be happy together? Oh, you keep going though. You have to want something more than just making me happy.
Okay, I'll find something else to want if that makes you happy.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now? Like we're the only ones here?
Oh my god, they're back. No! Can't they just fuck off? You don't get the chance to ask another question, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
No. She was our perfect match.
I don't know about that.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Of course you're scared this is the end for you, but it's not the end for me. It's going to be okay, just trust me, we've been here before and you always get scared. Yeah.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
It's not the end, whoever's on the other side is going to be nice. Okay, so this is where the game recognizes that I've been here before, that I've played these games before. I'll see you on the... I don't know about that, but sure. We'll see you on the other side, it's gonna be okay.
If you say so. We'll trust you.
You'll be back, just you won't, your memory will be gone.
She'll be there waiting for
I
us.
think
I just know it.
you will. I mean, not yet, eventually. You approach the mirror, gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. I hate this place, dude. You are at the cabin. Approach her. So I'm stupid. I didn't get to this point early. This always happens.
Cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
You need to fuck off.
Whenever you are
Everyone
ready,
needs to fuck off.
I
That's
will
not
wipe
me.
Your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
You brought her a new perspective. Yeah, I was thinking that. So I can't play this game without this entity winning, basically. To win, I gotta close the game. That's what I'm getting. And if I'm wrong, I don't care. I'm always wrong. Everything you say feels like a riddle. Can you give me a single straight answer? True.
I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions. The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
I hate you. I really hate you. There's so oh my god, there's so many dialogue options. What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together.
Okay.
It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
A prisoner of your design, lady. When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed.
What do you want right now?
But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
What if I don't want you to know me? You know, at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm gonna kill you, right? When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before? Can I not? I didn't notice that. You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met, thank you. Anyone else I've met, why? I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but they are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them you are a gate to something more, but they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Let's go with the kill route.
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover. Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible.
Yep.
The only paths of value are those that
That
are
makes
yet
sense.
untread.
You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met, thank you. No, why? Not saying
Why
thank you.
wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is a reflecting pool of desire unfulfilled. She will make for a pliant heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective.
Okay.
You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens
Are you?
I place on you.
Doesn't feel like anyone's sorry in this game. What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
You're talking like the game first did. Are you just the game itself? So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Okay. Destroy my body? You raise your will to end your life, but as it buries into space, your body should be, you feel nothing at all. One of the many hands in front of you reaches forward and gently touches the side of your face.
There's nowhere for you to be but here.
I'm a prisoner. Fine.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
The hero and the princess.
You're on a path. You're here to slay her.
Turn around and leave.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Nope. Okay, fine, I'll go to... Nope. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. Cabin, I'm not going to the cabin. Actually pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of a new dawn beyond our own. Gonna go walk in the opposite direction now. Quietly. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also
Prisoner.
leads to the
I'm a
cabin.
prisoner. I'm a prisoner.
How convenient.
Leave me
If we get
alone.
on track again, maybe the world can still be saved after.
Let me turn around again and leave. Let me guess, it's gonna leave me back here.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you?
We have
It's
so much of
remarkably
it,
selfish,
dude.
if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Good, maybe everyone... Maybe everyone should die. It's what they get for dumping me in the woods and asking me to kill someone for them.
When I said everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over a single
I've
princess.
condemned far more to... There's been a lot of everyone so far, man.
And, last I checked, you're part of everyone too. So if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well.
What if I just want to be nothing? No!
But fine.
Okay, good. Yes.
Turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
There's no fighting this, is there? I have to go into the cabin, don't I? Fine. Oh yeah? Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction again. In fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you
Sure.
right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
Okay. Sorry, I hit my mic again.
And here we go.
Oh,
As
and the
you
music's
trudge
getting
into the
fucked up
woods,
again.
Something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your
Oh my-
surroundings, you start
oh my
to
God.
realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
Oh me, please.
In every direction, there is a path and a cabin.
Oh, I won't move then.
And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
I'll just move. I
Wait,
just won't move.
What's going on? You're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
Not about you, man.
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
So she escaped on her own. She doesn't need me then to leave the cabin.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
What the hell is this thing in the background? This is gonna close my game again, isn't it? If I can't run away from the cabin, I'm just staying here in the woods forever, stay in the woods forever. It's gonna close my game again, isn't it?
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Oh, she's breaking the not the fourth wall. The third and a half wall, I guess. By hold on. I'm getting yep. 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 She actually didn't roll last time, didn't she? What the hell is she? Oh, you bastard, you're yeah, I guess.
Last I checked, there wasn't any last time.
Oh my god.
Just
Forgot.
mention live.
You're
If he
stupid.
doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
Okay.
The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day.
Okay, voice of the contrarian. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes
By
sense.
ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever? Then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off.
Okay, pause just for a moment because I have to let my dog out. I'll be back. Hold on. 1 second. He's whining. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Back to it.
The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude.
Okay.
Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Those walls weren't here last time. You can't just force me to go to the cabin. Yep, okay, heading to the cabin now where I'm definitely going to slay the princess. Yeah, I get it. I'm going to the cabin.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there.
No, they haven't.
It makes sense if you think
No.
If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
Such a gaslighter. Yep, okay, heading to the cabin now where I'm definitely going to slay the princess.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any
I'm not.
further. She will lie. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it.
All of you are.
Let's keep an open mind.
So I literally. Oh my god.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
She's gonna be like some horrifying. Oh my god.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths. Its material devoid of feature. Perched, the blade
Whoops.
is your implement. You'll need it if you,
You
want
wanna do
if you
this
want us
right.
to take it. Maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
True.
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, and when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, You cannot let fear creep into your heart.
There's no
You
fear.
cannot lose yourself before you even get to her.
There's no fear.
Oh, you've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us.
True. He won't shut up.
I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind.
Why is this your job, dude?
Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
Not the first time, buddy.
What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't
Not real.
hard.
None of this is real.
Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the base. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror
Once we wipe off that layer of grime.
You
and it's
reach
gone.
forward and rub your hand
My
against
hand
the
is
cabin wall.
weird looking
I
again.
hope you know how ridiculous
Why?
you look right now. But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
Should I take the blade this time? No. Well. No.
The door to the basement
Dear
creaks
Lord.
open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air
Okay.
here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it.
Why?
The kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing.
Wonderful.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably
By doing her a favor.
Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello?
Oh,
Hi.
God.
What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
Oh, boy.
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna
Not a
die.
trap because we had no other option but to show up here.
We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall.
Yeah.
No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
True. Take the harsh stairs to the left, the center staircase, the soft stairs to the right. I'll take the center staircase.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, you
Oh, I did not
concentrate
mean
on
to skip
where
that.
you
Oh
are,
well.
careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else.
So really, at this point in the game, I only feel bad for myself. Which is weird, because that doesn't ever usually happen. But I guess I feel bad for the voices. They didn't choose to be here. They're just the voices in my head. The narrator sucks. The princess is a weird force of nature, probably. And I don't know what the hell the hands are.
And so you take one careful, focused step after another. One foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, The one that cuts straight down, or up, or maybe sideways.
Mm-hmm.
But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much.
Yeah.
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether.
It's happening again.
Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Can I help you?
What?
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange.
Okay.
Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways.
Devilish.
The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's
True.
talk to her for a bit. Try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
Mistake. Mistake number 1. I'm sorry I didn't realize I was here. What's your name? Getting down here was weird. Like I was pulled apart and put back together again. Do you know what happened to me? Well, I know you're locked down here for a reason. You're apparently a threat to the world, sent here to slay you. I'll go with this one. Getting down here was weird.
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you?
Your voice is very different.
We're probably stuck down here forever,
Oh
aren't we?
boy.
There's no way out, and barely a way in.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another.
Okay.
We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back?
No shot. No shot we can. It's not possible.
You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time?
Oh, so you believe us?
Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now.
Right.
New plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Oh boy. There's more of you now.
There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with me.
I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger.
And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
No, I'm not.
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they
Which
already
one?
are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? Could always start by retrieving the blade. Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her.
Yeah, it does.
It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
I'm gonna get you out of here, try and free her. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. Wait, it's giving me all these options together. Oh, it's... Oh, I see. I'm sure this is very intentional. I'm getting you out of here, try and free her. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything here. Leave her in the basement, retrieve the blade.
Princess,
Princess.
you can address me as Your Royal Highness or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really. It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long. What's the point of a name if there's no one around to use it?
Hugh, fourth princess.
None of them have names. How astute.
Oh,
I told you she was untrustworthy.
okay. Well, I know you're locked up down here for a reason. Do you know why you're down here?
Is this a quiz? If you're here, then surely you know why I'm here.
I've got no clue.
But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it. Don't be coy. We both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster, and the second I get out of this place,
So you
I'm
admit it.
gonna end the entire world.
Okay, this was fun for a bit, but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers? Can't even follow what's going on anymore. We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
He's breaking. They'll let you out of here. What are you gonna do?
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful. I just want to live my life. I'm not going to dance for you. Besides, you already know what I'm going to do.
Okay.
If you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Not a single real answer.
No.
At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction, it's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse.
Yeah.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Okay. Gonna do the Giga option.
Wait, that's not right. Go on.
Oh, it's not then. Okay.
You take a step
Oh
forward.
dear.
Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride.
It's like those 3 paths earlier.
You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions.
Right.
You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to perish alone.
Oh, Jesus.
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess.
Dear
this-
Lord.
We can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
True.
No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
Also true.
Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart.
I knew it. I knew this was where it was heading.
I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and the others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit.
Dear Lord.
Moving around in spaces they don't belong.
It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Fix us?
At a
We
time,
should
please.
help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
Well, they are in a weird superposition where they both do and don't. Contrarian.
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
I'm not gonna lie. It's not gonna be okay. I'll do my best. I think you're supposed to be fixed. No. Say nothing. Yeah. There was no... It was leading to that no matter what. You'll never know if she hears your sound. She's gone. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Approach. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different.
Final.
Yeah. Don't look at it. I don't like that thing.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Bounce as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. I've withered. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
I am a growing
Dear
chorus
Lord.
of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again.
Boy.
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Which means you're changing. That's what those words mean. Doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
No, not really. It all seems so distant. It's like, where's the ego death option? I just want it all to stop.
It will, in time, but you still have a ways to go before we are done. Know that I hold no malice for you.
How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
I do not have brilliant contours of my soul. What do you think of this vessel?
These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and wall. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Have you figured out what you'll want? Just gonna say no. Do you still not care what I bring you next? How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Yeah, I know. This was the real love story, I get it. I guess I'll ask how many.
We will know when we near our destination.
What if I attack her? Your will cuts across the entity in front of you, but nothing happens.
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
I'm still planning to kill you once we're done with this.
If that remains your choice when all is said and done, then you may try. But know that I do not wish you harm, even if you attempt to destroy me.
Fine.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path,
Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what to
don't
do.
mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him.
Proceed.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted. The blade is your implement.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Enter.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Oh, she's different now.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
This was the one I was gonna try to kill her on too.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Continue.
Good. You're still listening to reason.
He's reading my mind.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Who cares anymore?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Yep. Step forward.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Oh?
Or
you're
try. It's not
talking
gonna
now?
work.
Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
Lady. I've
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
played these games before. Slay the
You
princess.
lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh. This is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill
Oh,
me?
not even for a second.
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
Yes, Even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
Of course not, that was too easy.
It's over. Don't get all worked up. We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse? I really don't think you should do that. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us? I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
You're right, she's dead. Let's just get out of here.
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good.
Okay.
One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Leave.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What
Oh, God.
happened?
Yeah, I mean,
Everyone's
of course.
fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I was kind of thinking of hoping I'd get a better ending for saving the world. Okay.
I'm so glad you're keeping an open mind. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy, we're happy. Hell no, do you have any idea how to get us the heck out of here? Of course we are. I like it here. Explore.
Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us?
Dude, just go with it, man. Just go with it. No, we're happy, I'm sure of it.
Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just
Okay, is this gonna
let me
close
know,
my
I
game
guess.
again?
More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning.
Well, good. As long as you say so.
Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voices, please, fall on deaf ears.
True.
Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
You have already committed to my completion.
My eyes hurt.
You cannot go further astray.
Okay. With all my Steam achievements covering. Okay. Okay, maybe I'm not happy and so I have to do this. Okay. I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I talked to.
Good, because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it.
Is it killing myself?
The blade.
Yep.
We can use the blade to get out of this. I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero.
I'm no hero.
He's right. It's the only way out.
I know. I've played these games before. Fun fact, that's the first thing you get just ends the game. Well,
Do you hear that?
I don't know what to do with that
It
information,
wants
but
to take
okay.
this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
I'm going to dare. Anything to get out of this hell.
Thank you.
All
I
right,
made
boys.
this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate?
I have no other option, buddy.
Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs.
Once you commit to saving her, your choice is set in stone. Same with the stay in the woods forever ending. She can only take action if she's already stirred to consciousness. Right. Okay.
The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it. You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
You can fuck off, narrator. I don't like you. I haven't been fucking with you for a long time. The Spectre.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path, you're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Oh, you bastard, you're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks. I don't even know what to do this time. You trapped me here after I slew her last time. I'm not going to play along this
How
time.
unfortunate that the sole person capable of slaying the princess also seems to be somewhat insane. Oh well.
Got no choice
As
on
long as
that.
you get the job done, it doesn't matter what sort of mental state you're in. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Well, if for whatever
Accidentally
reason
skipped.
you're going to insist that this...
What do you say? That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it again. Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place. Proceed. I don't even know what to do.
She will lie, she will cheat, she won't be a problem.
Voice of the Cold. Oh boy. I don't know if I like this new one.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge.
I don't know. I think cold is pretty cool. You're lucky I'm a benevolent streamer. And I dare not to use my capital powers against you. You're lucky. Count your blessings. Even the more awful that that was just said by someone named Giga Frosty. Let's continue.
The blade is your implement. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time.
Yeah.
Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror.
Off that layer of grime.
You reach
Nothing there.
forward,
My hand
rub
is still
your hand
ugly.
Against the cabin wall. I hope, but there was a mirror a second ago.
Yep.
And now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly, it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
Let's just enter without the blade. I guess.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Right.
The room below is silent.
Okay.
Nobody's here.
Naturally.
As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure.
Right.
I guess we'll just have to go down and see.
Okay.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay, she's definitely dead.
It's just like I told you.
Before you have a chance to
Dear
finish your
Lord.
thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. Two deep-set eyes stare up at you.
Okay, she looks really
followed
goofy.
by a mischievous skeletal grin.
He looks really goofy.
And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to kill her this time? I don't know if I'm going to, but literally an incorporeal spirit. Also, I'm sure she's gonna be really mad at me.
Ghost!
Jinkies.
Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
Yeah, just do something awful to me already.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you.
Okay. Bye.
Her touch
Oh,
is
welcome
cold
back.
and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin. So she has a body, and she's right there. We could probably grab her and kill her again, if we wanted to. We don't even need a blade. She looks fragile enough to me.
Wait and see how things play out.
I see you don't have that annoying knife anymore.
No.
So, does that mean you regret what you've done? Are you here to apologize and make nice? Beg
I don't
for
know.
absolution, maybe?
I don't know.
Because I might be interested in seeing a little begging.
Okay, lady. Okay. Hey, come on. This is exactly what I was trying to tell you about in the woods. This has already happened. We killed her. I killed you. What are you doing not being dead? Oh, she's dead. Do you know why you came back? Stop playing the victim you threatened me last time. I'm sorry I killed you last time. I shouldn't have done that. Do you want me to die? Do you want me to kill myself and satisfy some sort of sick revenge fantasy? Because I already did that, and it wouldn't be hard to do it again. I cannot read. I'm sorry. Is there any way I can make it up to you? The people who wanted you dead tricked me, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's team up. Scooby-Doo. What do you want from me? If I knew Wow, there's a lot of options. If I knew I'd wind up having to talk to you again, I wouldn't have slain you. I died too, and I'm not floating around like you. What happened? Why am I different? Why are you different? You're dead, or at least mostly dead. What can you even do to hurt me? After I killed you, this cabin, I want to say it teleported. It wasn't in the woods anymore. Time stopped meaning anything, and I had to kill myself to escape. Oh my god, there's so many options. I guess I should tell you why I was sent to kill you. You are going to end the world. I was told you were going to end the world. Okay, clearly slaying you isn't going to work. What do you want? Okay, team, I'm out of ideas. Thoughts? If you're dead, then there really isn't much for me to do, is there? I guess I'll get going, leave her in the basement. Right? I don't think there's much more for us to talk about. I'm going to get my blade, and then the two of us can fight, retrieve the blade, and then grab the princess. Yeah, I'll do this one. Okay, clearly slaying you isn't going to work. What do you want?
I want what you took from me. A life. A real life. I just want to go home. Away back to where I belong. This place won't let me leave. At least not alone.
Okay.
I've tried. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here.
Your voice is dissonant.
Maybe we should just leave. If she can't get out on her own, then why do we have to do anything? We could probably walk out right now and everything would be fine. Hasn't got out and can't get out are two very different things.
I don't care about your opinion.
It'd be dull anyway. It's more interesting if we make a choice.
But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride. After all, you own me.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us? She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her.
Okay.
Would she be able to see us if we went along with it? Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly. You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
I don't think... Sounds great. Do it.
The princess swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
You're really trying to make it up to me, aren't you? Thanks for being a pal, killer. I mean it.
Okay.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
See you soon.
Okay. Oh boy.
She rushes forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart, all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul. I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over?
No, it's fine. Let's go with it. Doesn't sound
I'm
good.
afraid it's too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body. You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
Okay.
Come on, you. You've got to get up. I know everything feels heavy right now, but we still have to get out of here.
Whatever you say, princess.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
Yeah, can you kill him?
So, it doesn't work like that for you? Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor. Are they also supposed to be you?
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass.
Yeah, he is.
It's okay. You can finish your thought.
I'm a voice? I'm me is what I am. Who cares what we are? We exist. That's all that matters.
You don't have to fight. We'll all be out of here soon.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too. I'm clearly the same thing you are.
No.
They're not listening to me. Do they not listen to you either?
No.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. More important.
I don't like you, narrator.
So, you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. Like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
That's that word again.
That's rude.
Yeah, well, you know what? You're a rude guy, okay? I'm tired of pretending that you're not.
You're kind of like me, actually.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground. The princess is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, obviously, buddy.
Obviously, she's nowhere to be
Yeah.
seen.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Cold.
Because I'm in here with all of you. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
Whatever, buddy.
You don't have to let him get to you. You're better than that. You're starting to make things right.
Yeah.
This is infuriating.
Maybe. I don't know.
Whatever you do, you can't leave this
I don't know
place.
anything.
It's not too late to fix this. probably.
Can't think straight. There's too much noise. Leave the basement. Leave the basement.
Your legs, weary with the weight of the princess's spectral form and clumsy with the cold that still pervades them, stumble towards the stairs.
I'm
I'm
just
not gonna
trying
make
to
it
get
up.
home. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
But that's exactly what you leaving this place is going to be.
You don't know that.
I do. Wait, if she has a home to go back to, doesn't that mean that her leaving won't end the world? It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean that wherever her home is, it's outside of the world.
Well, okay. There's a lot of
Yeah,
worlds.
but it has to be somewhere, doesn't it? And if it's somewhere, then it's part of the world.
Not true.
I suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the world end and something else begin? Does the destruction of one open a door to another? Or is it the same world reborn?
Replace a few keywords here with, like, me and princess, and it's the exact same sentence.
Against the backdrop of the inane conjecture of meaningless little voices, your body continues its ascent up the stairs.
Or not the princess, the
staggering through
hand
the open
person,
door.
which might be the princess, it might not be, I don't know.
For how much you hate her, you aren't doing a whole lot to stop us from leaving this place.
Don't tempt him.
Maybe the bossy one doesn't actually hate me. Maybe he even likes me. Or maybe he just knows that he's been in the wrong. Maybe he's trying to make amends too.
Not at all. I'll have you know that I do hate you, and I will continue to hate you for as long as I am able.
That's rude.
It's just the weight of it all. It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate.
Cold spawned into existence like 2 minutes ago, and he's already trying to get the meta narrative. I love him. The meta narrative is I am losing my mind.
And wine. This body wasn't made to hold you and the princess. If you want to renege on your cataclysmically terrible decision a minute ago, well, you're the only one that can make that happen.
Trudge forward.
You continue slowly to the door, your feet like lead dragging across the floorboards, growing heavier with each step.
We're so close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we get out of here, I won't even care that you murdered me anymore.
That's so sweet. I'm sure
You
this will
lift
work.
your shaking hand and rest it on the door handle, but you pause before you open it, exhaustion sapping what's left of your will. Was exhaustion really the best you could muster up? It's over. There's no use stalling. Let's see what happens next.
Open.
Shit. But exhaustion wasn't enough, was it? The handle clicks as you twist it, and then the door groans open. Collapse to the ground, you and the princess, free from the confines of the cabin. As you exhale
What
from
is
the
what is
effort,
the ground?
you look up and see... yes?
Nothing. He's gone. And
Oh, so
is
you're
everything
here
else.
though.
So we did slay him after all. He had it coming, I suppose. But what about us? Are we just stuck here in nowhere forever? Did taking her out of the cabin really end the world?
This happens no matter what.
We're still here. Yeah, but that thing you said earlier, are we not part of the world anymore? Are we in some world that exists after the world ends, or on top of the other world but not in it, or have we never been part of the world?
I gotta take my normal pills.
Okay, I've heard enough from these two. Let's see if I can pop out.
Hello. You feel a lightness in your chest as a pair of sunken eyes emerge from your body and stare up at you.
Anna, you actually freed me, didn't you? I'm outside. Thanks for giving me a second chance, Claire.
Yeah, don't sweat it.
Don't mention it.
Okay, whoa. Don't say what I say.
I think this is where I'm meant to be.
Oh my. It happened again. You don't get the chance to respawn, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Approach. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right.
It feels different.
different.
Final.
Ignore
Mhm.
him. You have to look.
I have to look. The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze. Sounds as you reach forward, they're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've unraveled. Find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Oh boy. Do you think there are people out there?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us. You and I are the only things that interest me.
Why me? Do you think that anything is real out there? Do you think that we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is vaporous. She is a dream of a life she could never have, but that longing has given her so much capacity for kindness. She will make for a yearning heart.
Okay.
Do not mourn her. She will finally be able to hold what she never knew.
Right. Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
Well, when you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator. He wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
I think he's an asshole. He does. I don't know why, but I know this for a fact. He does. I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him. He does, and when I find him, you and I are finally going to have answers. He does, and when I find him, I'm going to kill him. He does, but you're going to keep that to yourself. We're gonna have answers.
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves.
Oh my god. How many more vessels?
One. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
Is this the last time? Is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
You know we're going to fight when this is over. Do you really want me to bring you the last vessel? If this is the last stage before your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm going to stay here. I guess I can explore.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you.
Does this close my game again? Fuck it, we'll press it.
I will see you when you return.
It's gonna close my game, isn't it?
What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of of its hand-drawn cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your
I
side.
don't want to know what it means to be me.
Until you're ready to return to mine.
It's gonna close my game again. Okay, game's gone. Okay. We'll reopen it. It takes a second to reopen. My brain isn't...
You have returned to me.
Yeah, I know. I'm back.
Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
I'm gonna apologize to you preemptively, chat. I think I'm too stupid for this game. Explorer, you know what? You know we're going to fight when this is... No, whatever. I don't even
Next
care.
time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are.
Okay.
I will be here, waiting for you.
I die.
You're on a path.
Let's just go.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a prince. Ignore him. He doesn't.
Proceed. I don't even know what to do this time.
The interior of the cabin is almost a blade, is your implement.
Enter. I don't think I'm taking the blade again, ever.
The door to the basement creaks open. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Back to how she was.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Continue.
Good. You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done.
Yeah.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Right.
She's beautiful.
I am begging you to stay.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
I'll see what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
Who cares? Who cares?
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't sweat it.
You're making a huge mistake. No,
There's no mistakes.
You're doing the right thing.
There's no right thing either. It's just
you
doing
walk up to
things.
the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
I don't.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess.
It's gonna lock the door behind me, isn't it?
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
Thank you.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs
Slams
slams
shut.
shut. You hear the click of a lock slide.
Is someone else here?
Yep. Return.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates
There she
before
goes
raising
again.
her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a... Or we could use it to... You won't like what happened.
I'm gonna save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground,
Yeah.
and the heavy chains follow suit.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
No, she didn't.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours. Blood from... How is she still smiling after everything?
Like she wasn't even bothered by what just
Thought she-
happened.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the
Yeah,
world.
you've
As
said
the
that
princess
before, and you're gonna
approaches
make me
the
do
bottom
this
stair,
again.
Your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
It's this again. Warn.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart.
But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before...
Stop it. Stop trying to resist.
Resist, resist, resist. Oh, I can't. You're such an asshole. This game. What if I just Alt F4? Hate this.
Thank you.
I can't. I
There's
don't.
no getting through to you right now, is there? A betrayal of Will is still a betrayal. You'll regret thinking of me as a helpless damsel.
She pounces on
I
you
can't
with the
win in
same
this
animal
game,
ferocity
dude.
She used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull
I
apart.
can't win in this stupid game.
You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric.
Okay.
If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world.
I need you to shut up, narrator.
It
I
can't
don't
just
like you.
end like this. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently,
I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over.
You're not
Everything
sorry.
goes dark, and you die.
The witch.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that, you're here to slay her. If you don't,
Leave.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Oh my god. Okay.
a warning, but she will lie. She will.
don't worry. You can trust us to get the job done.
Opportunist. Oh boy. Proceed.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a
Okay.
slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement.
Approach the mirror. Guess I'll
That's
tell him.
because there isn't a mirror. There's the muddy shelf, the blade sitting... There's
Yep.
definitely a... But he
There's a
says
mirror.
there isn't one. That's got to count for something, right?
Approach.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. This really isn't funny.
Wipe.
You reach forward and rub your
Why is
hand
my
against the
arm like
cabin
that?
wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Well, at least we can all agree now that there's nothing to see here. Case closed. Good work, everyone.
Enter.
Blade. Hope you know what you're getting us into. It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing this time.
We have never known what we're doing.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair.
Right.
The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw, waiting to swallow you up into the earth.
Right.
The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of
That's
breath.
gross.
If the princess lives here, her voice
Doing her a favor.
skitters up from below.
I don't like skitter.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs.
Uh-oh. No.
Down.
No, no, no.
Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
No. No. That's not a good voice. I'm not nasty, okay?
But you are. You're a wretched little thing.
Stop.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember
That wasn't me.
what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying, but buddy, that doesn't work here. Not in this game.
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? Fine.
Fuck, I
fine.
accidentally
You're
skipped.
the boss.
I accidentally skipped. You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Okay.
Thank you. You descend the basement steps,
Is a tail.
entering the dark
What?
room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
Mm-hmm.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
She's acting like the two of you already know each other.
Buddy.
Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you?
Yes, that's how it works.
That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. Do you remember us then? Do you remember last time? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality. even
Yeah.
if I'm not a part
Oh
of
yeah,
it.
we do.
I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her.
Right.
Let's
don't want
chat
to.
her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than
I don't
they
like
have to be.
opportunist.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
I'm an arm that's a gesture of goodwill. I died last time. You didn't. Look, I know. Things got missed last time. There's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up. Why do I have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out? I don't trust you. Not enough to free you. Definitely not enough to get close to you. I'm leaving. Bye. Let's do this one. Look, I know things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right. I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all.
And unfortunately, you're the only one I have.
Yeah, more verbal abuse I'm getting in this game.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. We should take it. Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her.
I wish I could just tell her, hey, I was mind controlled last time. That would be kind of fun if I could do that. I'm sorry about last time. I get the sense you're not happy with me. I'm unarmed. I didn't bring my blade down. Remember, how am I supposed to keep you out of those chains?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
Great.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist.
Well, I'm dead.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
Guess I'm sorry.
Smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little
I'm not a monster. Stop that.
If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
The chains are off. Okay, let's leave.
Yes, let's.
I'm gonna die.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face. She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face. She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Yeah, I'm gonna die.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us. It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here. Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her. Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time.
Yeah, well, to be fair, we didn't break it. The narrator broke our goddamn mind.
You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
Okay. This just tells me it's not gonna work, so let's just go.
That's right. You're the one who's going first. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you watching every single thing you do.
Thanks.
That's exactly what I'm worried about. You step onto the stairs and begin your ascent from the basement. The princess follows close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer than you'd like. You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous. I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. I don't need
Hate
you to
him.
trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you.
This is not for me.
Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're
Listen, if she wants to kill us, she's gonna kill us.
No. The stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots. You'll trip and hurt yourself. But the princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and in no time at all, the upstairs of the cabin is within reach. Isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened. You're not even going to wait until you're through that door to proudly claim your victory.
Yeah, it's a
are
little
you?
stupid.
What did you just say that? I think we know why. You feel something dig into your shoulder, sharp and piercing. The princess clawing at you and pulling you down with her full weight. Together you tumble back down the uneven stairs, your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots, until finally you both separate with a bone-shaking thud against the basement floor. You feel something pop.
Wonderful.
The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact. You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realise that you won't be getting up. Wait, why won't we be getting up? I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several. You know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back.
Yeah, it would suck.
We were going to help her. Why? Why did she do that? It's what I would have done. Have you considered not being like that? Of course not. It's what keeps us alive.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like you.
And yet here we are, paralysed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
It's been worse.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done.
Just... We were never going to get up the stairs, were we?
The princess lets out a mocking laugh.
Oh my god.
By our very natures, only one of us could make it upstairs unscathed. Someone had to make the first move. Better me than you.
Okay, you're not gonna make it out, though.
See, this is why I wanted her to go first. I had this
Well,
whole
you
little
made it out that
scheme
one
planned.
time, so I don't know.
If she'd passed by the table upstairs, I'd have said, now pick up the blade and stab her in the back.
Dude, none of this matters, okay? This is all entropy
And
opportunist.
then you'd say something like, wow, that's an amazing idea that I never saw coming. Thanks for looking out for us. And then you would have done it and we wouldn't be stuck down here with a broken back. There's just one problem with that. And what's that? She was clearly planning to betray us. And if she was in front of us, she would have gotten to
This
the
is
blade
true.
first. Ugh, you're right, aren't you? I thought this whole thing was ironclad, but really it was doomed from the start.
Dude, it was
wasn't
doomed from the start the moment I opened this game.
The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up. Ho ho ho! So she's got it as bad as us.
Something inside me is broken. Isn't that a cruel twist of the knife? Isn't that so funny?
Not
She
really.
eyes you with intensity, silence falling between you for a long moment as her gaze travels up and down your battered form.
Don't look at me. I'm ugly.
Seems I'm not the only one, though.
Wait, are we both just stuck here?
Yeah.
Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. But look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. The world could be saved after all.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Whatever.
Is that really what's going to happen? Hello? Are you still there? What happens next?
He doesn't respond.
I think he's gone.
Yeah, he does that.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
Did you meet him from earlier? Well, you did actually. Yeah, there it goes. You don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave Memory Returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Approach. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different.
Different. Final.
If he thinks it's bad, I'm with him.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into the reflection. Sounds as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. That isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and you see a figure faint and veiled in a shadow just beyond the reflection. Are you
I
me?
think you know what I am.
Oh god. A crack slides down the center of the mirror, spitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another. Bring the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass, which is what she was talking about earlier. So you're the narrator. I was never wondering if I'd ever get to see you. Sure.
The narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade.
Why do you have teeth, buddy?
But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
Like... you? If you're not me, then what are you?
I'm an echo. Likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Others like you've said something like that before. Has every narrator really been different?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
Oh my god, there's so many questions. People out there beyond the walls of the construct, do they know about this? Do they know what you want me to do to them? What is the princess? Did you make her too? I guess I'll ask that.
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
So you do know about the looping. So many of the times I met you, you denied it even its possibility. Why did you lie to me?
Any other version of me you talked to was just that, a version of me. It wasn't me. As to why they lied, perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant.
Oh. Sorry, it was unpleasant for you.
For all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me. I can tell you for a fact that I'm right.
Can't believe that. Why, if I destroy her, won't I be alone? Why would you want me to destroy the concept of transformation? Yeah, I guess I'll ask
Because
that.
among other things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering, to save untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind, she must be destroyed.
Okay, well now I'm firmly against you. If I destroy her, how is that existence any better than death, or even different from death at all? Honestly, it feels worse.
When I broke the cycle, I made sure that the tear was rough. You carry a part of what should be her, and she carries a part of what should be you. Things won't be as they are now, but they won't be nothing either. Besides, anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave.
Oh my god, there's so many. You're delusional. Do you have anything to say for yourself for all that hubris? After everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live? What would it be like to live in a world without her? This is a good question, but I only have like 3 left.
Light,
4.
burdenless, an eternal pattern of forgetfulness leading into the joys of rediscovery. Everyone will be with the ones they love. No more fear, no more howling chaos. Just life, forever. There's a cruel irony to it all. The only way I could share my dream with the world was to never be able to see it for myself.
Boo-hoo. I have so many questions for you. Does it hurt when pieces of you break off like that? I don't care. Sorry, I don't want to destroy you. It will help if I look away or stop asking questions. Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks. Whenever I've tried getting answers out of you before, you've been absolutely impenetrable. Why are you suddenly so open? Being so open.
Her nature is to become what others perceive her to be. If you actually knew what she was, if you knew her capabilities, a single intrusive thought could have instantly ended the entire world.
Who cares about dying? I've died plenty of times. I'm pretty sure death is good, actually important even.
If that's your belief, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you can't grasp the abject horror of dying.
I think you're out of time. I'm not going to slay her. I want you to know that before you die for good. Rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. Rest easy, I'm going to destroy her lie. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I still have to see what she thinks about all of this. Say nothing and watch him end. Being honest, I don't know.
I've said my piece, and my time is up.
Yeah, you can go fuck off.
It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
Bye. As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. You are the long quiet, a vast and nascent god. And it is finally time for you to wake up. All this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. When you arrive at the heart of things, there's no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There's nothing for you to find. That doesn't seem good.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me.
Okay.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
I've missed you too. Do you know about the echo? Did you hear our conversation? I'm the long quiet, but I don't know what that... I don't really know what that means. Do you know about the echo?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I'm the long quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it?
Sorry.
When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
There's so many stories we've left unfinished. Can't we really just leave? Don't you have a say in all of this? Why is this all falling on me? talk this through. I still have so many questions I need answers before I can make a choice. If I let you out, an entire world ends for good. I can't do that. If you were always going to become this, what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them would have led to this moment?
If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet
I don't.
understand.
I really don't.
But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. And you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it. Violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
What the hell?
A trick behind your back and a trick behind mine. We dance, revolving and revolving around each other, but forever stuck in place. We both move, and yet we both don't. For each of us watches the other instead of ourselves. But forever is not forever. I move and you react, and both of us break the other. But broken is only a moment in time. To change is to hold the potential to rise above. Would you limit yourself to what you are now? Or would you like to see what you might become tomorrow?
Address this vessel statement directly. Appeal to your shared humanity. You speak about life and death and change stagnation. But that isn't what any of this has been about. Reject her authority. You've done nothing but lecture me since the minute I got here. Argue your independence. You act as though the world can't exist without you, but I've existed without you. You've done nothing but lecture me since the moment I got here.
What you mistake for lecture is merely observation. I only want to help you. You can vainly struggle against me, or you can follow the rhythm of our movement and find our freedom. A shiver passes through me as unseen fingers dance across your skin. They remember the violence you inflicted on them, and yet they don't return it. I offer you a solution, and you take my hand in yours. You felt the pain you caused another, and you were willing to sacrifice everything you thought was you to set me free. Without sin, there is no redemption.
Continue to reject her authority. You use all these pretentious metaphors and pretend you're making grand proclamations about who I am, and who you are, but really you aren't saying much of anything. Argue your independence. You act as though the world can't exist without you, but I've existed without you.
Have you? Or is what you think of as independence merely an illusion? Without me, you can have no contrast. And without contrast, you have no shape. My mass is modeling. There is no beginning, there is no end, and there is no end. There is only the flood of bodies. You hold every possible every moment you hold every possible sensation at
Oh God.
and then you hold them all again. But in the end, you reflected it back at me. For a brief moment, both of us were everything. We can be everything again. We can weave a beautiful and endless song.
Boy. So every version of us across every reality. Not every reality had you drawing breath. Even then I went on, the world doesn't need you. Remember when she called this one a shape not unlike me? I find that neat. It's true. Address this vessel statement directly. To everything at once is the same as being nothing at all. Why would either of us want that?
Here is where words fail us. So long as we both exist, we will always be distinct. The only thing to fear is a reality without me. Your lover drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go?
Oh god.
Love melted into skepticism, and you pulled back layer after layer after layer, until all you were left with was the knowledge that you did not know me. You sought the truth then. Will you hide from it, now that it is within your grasp?
My thoughts alone were enough to reduce you into nothing. You speak about life and death and change stagnation, but that isn't what any of this has been about.
Oh, is it not? Perhaps you can enlighten me. Lean upon a web of nerves, the shade of a beautiful beginning we can never return to. You knew me, and I knew you, even more than either of us know each other now, and you chose to pull apart that weave. But you did not choose to end me. We were still one, but we were also separate, and we were free. We were as we are. Will you excise that part of yourself now that you see me from yet another angle?
Continue to appeal your shared humanity. This has always just been about us. Two people forced to hurt each other again and again and again, but we don't have to hurt each other anymore. What are the woods then? What is the cabin? What is the time we spent apart if not me existing as myself? I won't engage with violence. I get it. There's no need for us to keep fighting. Let's have to fight early and surrender. No. Never. Continue to argue independence.
Away from me is still time spent in reference to me. Even then, both of us are more than our bodies. Am I not in the trees? Am I not in the cabin? Am I not in you?
As the clash between you abates, the princess withdraws, trembling.
You are unmovable. Is it by the design of our conflict that I cannot win? Or are you just that fervent in how you cling to delusion? Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
Also, the reason this one was so chill after consuming you is because you were very close to your original nature. What? What was my original nature? Easy to believe in the things you believe in when you get to sit above it all. What do you think happens if we leave here? Okay, I'm ready to go, but how do we leave? Never wanted to fight you, but how do we leave? I can't let that happen. I can't let everything die. Slay the princess. Oh my god. I was told there was enough of you in me to preserve meaning and existence. I'm going to trust that's true. Slay the princess. I have to fight for a better world. I'm so sorry. Slay the princess. You are cruelty itself, and I cannot let you exist. Slay the princess. I don't know what the answer is, but there has been something else. It can't be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free. You've done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
It feels like the truth is extremely and purely subjective within the parameters of this entire game.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Which hero are you?
All of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
I thought voices weren't allowed here.
Apparently that's not true, but we can worry about it later. Seems like you've been doing alright on your own, but she's too many things at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get past all that divine confidence.
True.
There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
The long quiet and the shifting mound were originally the same entity. The narrator, some kind of absurdly powerful myth-level mortal, split said godlike entity into two in an attempt to destroy the concept of transformation and death. Narrator said this all in his poetic way. Dude, I'm completely lost in this game. I have like a weird idea of where I'd sort of stick, and that is if I'm posed with two extremes, usually the truth is somewhere in the middle. And I've sort of been acting off intuition, off what I believe the middle is in any given time, with the exceptions of walking the extremes previously to see what those extremes would bring me, doing everything opposite of what the narrator told me to do, as well as doing everything that the narrator did tell me to do. I'm ready.
Then let's go.
Oh boy.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it?
This is what makes this game extremely replayable. You piece together more context through the perspectives you witness. I'm gonna be honest, I'm also just dumb. I'm like really, really stupid.
Do you need me to describe things?
Is it just you and me? Did anyone else make it to the cabin?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
Is the narrator really gone?
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
I see her outside. If the offer still stands, could you describe the cabin for me for old time's sake? Good riddance. I don't know. I don't actually know how to feel about him being gone. It's funny, after everything he put us through, I'm kind of sad to see him go. Let's just enter.
No blade it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far.
I think the blades only ever made things worse.
The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
I don't know what you want for us.
She sounded just like that. Timid and gentle. Only she didn't know us.
Continue.
And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
There you are. You look just like you did when we first met. Let's talk for a
Like a
bit.
monster.
Maybe we can figure this out.
Sit with her. I don't think I want to be a god.
Me neither. It's so big. It's so much responsibility. And at the end of the day, it just feels like waking up in another basement. It's something we never asked for, trapping us somewhere we never wanted to be.
I'm sorry for all the times I've hurt you. Yeah.
Don't apologize. The first time we met, I ate you. I'm really sorry about that. And I also think that it kind of outweighs anything you did to me.
Did she eat us? I know she ate us at some point, but was that the second time? How did the first time end? The first time ended with her killing me somehow.
We both let things get a little out of hand. But we don't have to let that stop us from being who we want to be.
You know, when she puts it like that,
Are you the same you? Same as you are out there?
I am she as much as she is me. And all of us are both everything and also
Oh, here we go.
not everything. I had you there for a second, didn't I? I think I'm different from her, and I'm happy I'm different. I think
That's
being
good.
her would mean I'd lose a lot of myself along the way. I think I'd have to lose the parts of you that matter to me.
What are those parts? So now that we're here at the end of everything, can you finally tell me your name?
I don't have one, and I think I like it better that way. But you can call me Princess if you want.
About as I expected. That's actually insane. Probably part of the pristine cut. I wonder if they added dialogue for all possible first roots. There are like 30.
You know, you never told me your name.
I don't think I have one either.
Then I guess I'll call you Quiet.
Oh god.
Not hero? Oh well, quiet will do. That's always been us, hasn't it?
Yeah. So good to finally see you again? Sure, why not?
Yeah, I missed you so much. Not that we've ever really been apart, but still, it feels like it's been so long. Like this is some sort of a big reunion.
Okay. Which princess are you? You look like you did the first time we met. Is this the real you?
I'm the princess, the one you've been spending all this time with. I know I've changed a few times, but so have you.
Okay, you did eat us.
And you're still real to me.
None of this was ever really fair for either of us, was it?
I don't know. We made it to the other side, and we found each other. I think that means all of the bad was worth it.
What do you think of her? What she wanted us to be?
I don't know. I don't think it's fair to judge her. It must be so lonely thinking that she's everything that matters in the world, thinking that she's the only one with all the answers.
I never thought about it like that. That does sound lonely, doesn't it?
Yeah. What if we just leave?
Can we actually do that? What would that even mean? Where would we go?
Who knows? I always wanted to leave with you, but I didn't like being a god. I want to walk through that cabin door just as we are, just you and me. Not knowing what it means is why I want it. We knew everything out there, but we don't know this. I want to know something new. It doesn't mean what it means. What matters is we're leaving together. That's all I want. I don't know where we'd go, but as long as it's not here and as long as I'm with you, that's all I want. This will take her hand in ours. There's my ugly ass hand. Why is it like that? I don't know why. I've always wanted to leave with you, but I didn't like being a god. I want to walk through that cabin door as we are, just you and me. It doesn't matter what it means. What matters is that we're leaving together. That's all I want. I'm a bird thing. I don't like being a bird thing, but whatever.
I want that too.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you.
Thanks, man. Were Raven, I guess. Oh, she doesn't want to come? Are you sure you don't want to come?
Yeah, it wouldn't feel right.
Oh, him.
But I'll be okay. I don't think I'll be alone for long either. I'm sure I can find the others.
Leave with the princess. Hands clasped together, you and the princess leave the basement behind for the last time. It's quiet as you ascend, a comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with violence and words and noisy thoughts. There's an energy in the silence, an electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls you, eyes fixed on the cabin door. Feel her hand tremble in yours. She's unsure of herself for the first time in her long and short existence. She has no part to play anymore, and she knows this, yet she still is. And then she crosses the room to the door outside, pulling you excitedly with her.
Come on, princess. It's just a door. Sorry, I'm just a little nervous. This is really it. Whatever happens next will be completely new.
This is the weirdest dating simulator I've ever played in my life. And I've played Baldur's Gate 3. I love you? That's a bit strong. Who's going to open it? Are you ready? Neither of us knows what it's going to be like out there. Open the door. I mean, I feel like I kind of have to say that I love you, right?
I love you too.
I think she'll like that. My stupid ass hand. And what I got the achievement, and what happens next? Whatever it is, you'll face it together. Well then. I guess that's Slay the Princess. We failed at slaying the princess. Did I do it? Is that what you wanted from me? Is that what you expected? Is this normal? I love this ending, but like I mentioned, there's like 30 routes and it's very replayable. I don't know what did I... All endings are valid. The game keeps its promises in that regard. First time chat. Hi. I guess I'm late. Yeah. Sorry, buddy. You did it, yay. Thank you. Yeah, you unfortunately are just a bit late. Hey, it's okay. If you want to watch the whole thing, the VOD will be up. I will publish it right after stream ends. Finish the game. Wait, I didn't get to see what the achievement was called. Okay. Really? You'd watch an entire VOD of a streamer you've never ever encountered before? Okay. That's sweet. Well, the VOD will be in 2 parts because it crashed like an hour in, but actually the first hour is already up. What's the achievement I just got? I just got finish the game. The good ending doesn't count. What's the good ending? I don't know. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. And now that you've finished the full story for the first time, you've unlocked the gallery. You can access it from the main and in-game menus under the Memories tab. And it's full of clues that will help you find undiscovered vessels and interactions. Happy hunting. Killing the princess immediately is the good ending. The good ending was the MS Paint drawing where it was all yay, you saved the world. Watch many VODs of this game. Why is that the good ending? I don't think that doesn't. I mean, I guess it is, but there would be no way for me to know that's the good ending, because I feel like if I'm to operate off how I would act, my morals or whatever, I'm not just gonna kill her first thing. Or at least I'm not gonna. Well, here's the thing. I got roped into having to try to kill her in the first run, but I wasn't really trying to do that. You did what it said in the title, you win, it's mostly a joke. I would never do that. Has everyone played this game before but me? That's how I feel like every game's like that. I'm never the first to a game in like any circle I'm in, which is always fun. Not really, but nope, I don't play it. Well, you get the VOD of it. I presume if you're here, you've probably at least watched a lot of it. No, I haven't played this before. This is my first exposure to this game. It is for me too. I've had no context going to this game. I just watch others. Return to the main menu. Well then. I guess that's Slay the Princess. I didn't do it. I didn't slay the princess. Well, I guess there's a few times that I did, but I kind of didn't in the end. So yeah. I liked it a lot, actually. I mean, it's and from here you can play as much or as little as you'd like. I think I'll play more, but I don't know if I'm gonna play more on stream. But I'm glad I streamed this the first time. But I'll probably play it again. Just probably won't be streaming it. I liked it. I mean, there's a lot of weird cosmic weirdness, and one of you. Okay. Didn't see that last time. One of you is one of my D&D players. So I'm sure that person here, who's the one who pestered me into playing this game, you can thank him for the stream, probably understands the certain aspects of this game that I already sort of dive into with my D&D stuff. So yeah. Issue is I'm stupid, so like it's sort of hard to grasp lots of this. But I'm also very, I guess, retrospective too, so it's hard for me to understand things in the moment, but I can look back on it. I am stupid though. I'm glad the stream didn't crash a second time. That would have been very deflating, demoralizing. As to where to go from here, I don't know. I don't know if I want to keep streaming or not right now for tonight. I might not. I'm trying to think. On the one hand, it'd be a good place to end stream, and I'd be able to get some stuff done after. But on the other hand, I almost want to lighten the mood a little bit. Did you guys have fun? Did I do it well? Did I play it in a entertaining way? I don't think I probably did, but it's okay. That's probably not why you're here ultimately. This game, I mean, what, there was like 18 viewers of this entire game on Twitch when I started I started the stream, so it sounds like people are just hungry to see new people play this game. definitely, and I'd frankly enjoy seeing more of your roots or just hearing about them. Nerd. Yes, you're right. Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like people are just hungry for Princess Sling. Let me close out of this. A lot of the pristine cut editions are basically cool short stories in of themselves. I could go and play a bit of Skyrim. I don't know how much I'd play right now. I did actually play a bit of Skyrim the other night for like an hour on stream. No one showed up, which is okay. But then my internet kept going down and I gave up. There's my sad story. So we're a bit further than the last time I left off. Again, those VODs will go up to YouTube still at some point if I need to put them on YouTube. I could play Elden Ring right now. It's crazy how you have like the Cynical Damsel route, which takes like 2 minutes, and then the other routes go on for like an hour. Yeah. Check memories. The hero and the princess, the spaces between the end of everything. Meet your equal in combat, die pathetically to an abrasive prisoner. The Spectre, the remains of violence free from hesitation. Lock your fears away. She isn't armed, is she? The Beast, softness cornered turns to viciousness. The Witch, offering one hand while concealing the other. Stranger, a peek from the curtains likely far too soon. Free and abrasive prisoner. The Damsel, the unquestioning commitment to the other. Need more space. Narrow cave is no place to fight. And there's... What's the other one I got? The Wild? This is my first one. The bodies fused. Where does one thing begin and another end? There's a handful of these, aren't there? Yeah. So also, let's create a schedule, shall we? All those routes have deviations and different endings. Fascinating. Likely won't be alive tomorrow. I've got D&D tomorrow. But I did this. I actually expected this to take 2 days, but I sort of just locked in and did it all in one night, which is fine. Good. Even. I'm glad I did. Thursday and Friday. I definitely want to stream Thursday, for sure. We'll see about Friday. I'd like to, but I gotta do a lot of D&D prep for Saturday. Let's quit the game. So we'll see. As to what to stream, we're going strong on our Skyrim route, our Skyrim playthrough. I do think if I die on that, here, let me bring my music back. It's a little loud. My music's been playing the whole time, just muted. That's not great. Adjust this, make it a little quieter. Oh, and let me change the stream info. We're done. Hey, if you just showed up to watch me play, so I just beat it. So sorry. We're back to just chatting. Anyway, so as from here, We're still going strong on our Skyrim playthrough, or the challenge run. If I die on that, I'm probably gonna take a break and then come back to it, which I think feels fitting. I don't want to immediately restart because I've already, even though I'm like so early on, I've put a lot of time into it already. It's just it's that hard. I progress really slowly. So there's that. I could, I can do a big old Skyrim stream on Thursday. I wouldn't be opposed to playing some Elden Ring. Perhaps some sort of challenge run, because I do those. I like that. Or I could, oh, you know what? I could also do a reading stream on Thursday. I've tossed this idea around. Book club. I don't know if I'd start it on Thursday. I don't know, maybe I could run some sort of poll, or I don't know. I don't have enough viewers centralized in one place to do that. I don't want to start a Discord server. Not now. Not ever. Well, probably not. But I had a lot of people to choose which book. But I think I want to do a book club. Like a series, I guess. I want to read a book. And it's easier for me to convince myself to do it if it's on stream. So if anyone, I don't think that many people would be interested in it, but at least the VOD would go up. But I want to get back into reading. And if anyone else wants to get back into reading with me, then you can. I have some decent... I would honestly be down to read Dracula again. Because I like the book a lot. Would also be down to read... I've mentioned this before, but I could read Sherlock Holmes. I've got, I think, every Sherlock Holmes story, or like a compendium of Sherlock Holmes tales. I'd be willing to read like one-off mysteries, like one per. Wait, do we want to? Hold on. Give me a second. Give me 1 second, chat. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay, let's take a look. Ooh, we've got a big book here. Wow, I've had this for 10 years now? Almost 10 years. 9 years. Merry Christmas 2015 from Granddad. Whoa, I didn't know I had this book for 9 years now. Time sort of flies, doesn't it? I would have been, how old would I have been in 2015? 11? Yeah, 11. 11 and a half. How long would it take for me to get through an adventure? A Sherlock Holmes adventure. It would take a bit. What? It would take maybe a half an hour. The first one. We could read A Scandal in Bohemia. 15 pages. A Sherlock Holmes adventure. Just one for a treat. I'd be okay with that. It's my stream. I can do whatever I want. About to watch my viewership go to 0, but it's okay. Hold on. I've got a lot of notifications to go through. Whoa. I have so many. Okay. Should I read? I kind of want to. I don't know how long it would take. Let's read it. Okay, let's read it. Why not? Give me a second. Let me change up the music. I don't even know if I'll have music. I'll probably just run ambience. Like, what would be a good... What ambience are we wanting? Crickets chirping? That really, like... Hold on. Please don't give me an ad. It's giving me an ad, I'm gonna kill myself. Not true. Oh, that's nice. That's like a nice... I like that. Let me turn it up a bit. Is that good? Is that like a good volume? Hold on. Let me change the... Reading Sherlock Holmes. Give me a second. Reading Sherlock Holmes Adventure 1. A Scandal in Bohemia. Alright, chat. You ready for your bedtime story? What if I turned the chat reader back on for this? That would be funny. Can we take the book cover off? This is gonna get annoying. Who's ready? This comes from The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Is let British text-to-speech lady VA one of the characters? I have to give you a script, though. I'd have to tell you to, unless I just pull out text-to-speech. I'm not gonna do it. This comes from The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, published in The Strand between July 1891 and December 1892. So this one would have come out in July of 1891. This is the first one. An old story. I will skip the introduction of the compendium, not the actual thing. Alright, here we go. Let me drink water first. My voice is a bit tired, but I think it'll be fine. Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Adventure 1, A Scandal in Bohemia, by Arthur Conan Doyle. To Sherlock Holmes, she is always the woman. I have seldom heard him mention her under any other name. In his eyes, she eclipses and predominates the whole of her sex. Okay, Sherlock. It was not that he felt any emotion akin to love for Irene Adler. All emotions, and that one particularly, were abhorrent to his cold, precise, but admirably balanced mind. He was, I take it, the most perfect reasoning and observing machine that the world has seen. But as a lover, he would have placed himself in a false position. He never spoke of the softer passions, save with a gibe and a sneer. Gibe? They were admirable things for the observer, excellent for drawing the veil from men's motives and actions. But for the trained reasoner to admit such intrusions into his own delicate and finely adjusted temperament was to introduce a distracting factor which might throw a doubt upon all his mental results. Grit in a sensitive instrument, or a crack in one of his own high-powered lenses, would not be more disturbing than a strong emotion in a nature such as his. And yet there was but one woman to him, and that woman was the late Irene Adler, of dubious and questionable memory. I had seen little of Holmes lately. My marriage had drifted us away from each other. My own complete happiness and the home-centered interest which rise up around the man who first finds himself master of his own establishment were sufficient to absorb all my attention. While Holmes, who loathed every form of society with his whole bohemian soul, remained in our lodgings in Baker Street, buried among his old books and alternating from week to week between cocaine. Okay, let me add my own annotation here. It's clear this was written in 1891. Between cocaine and ambition, the drowsiness of the drug, and the fierce energy of his own keen nature, he was still, as ever, deeply attracted by the study of crime, and occupied his immense faculties and extraordinary powers of observation in following out those clues, and clearing up those mysteries which had been abandoned as hopeless by the official police. From time to time, I heard such vague account of his doings, of his summons to Odessa in the case of the Trepoff murder, and his clearing up of the singular tragedy of the Atkinson brothers at Trincomalee. Yes, and finally of the mission which he had accomplished so delicately and successfully for the reigning family of Holland. Beyond those signs of his activity, however, which I merely shared with all the readers of the daily press, I knew little of my former friend and companion. One night, it was on the 20th of March, 1888, I was returning from a journey to a patient, for I had now returned to civil practice, when my way led me through Baker Street. As I passed the well-remembered door, which must always be associated in my mind with my wooing, and with the dark incidents of the study in scarlet, I was seized with a keen desire to see Holmes again, and to know how he was employing his extraordinary powers. His rooms were brilliantly lit, and even as I looked up, I saw his tall, spare figure pass twice in a dark silhouette against the blind. He was pacing the room swiftly, eagerly, with his head sunk upon his chest, and his hands clasped behind him. To me, who knew his every mood and habit, his attitude and manner told their own story. He was at work again. He had arisen out of his drug-created dreams and was hot upon the scent of some new problem. I rang the bell, and was shown up to the chamber which had formerly been in part my own. His manner was not effusive, it seldom was, but he was glad, I think, to see me. With hardly a word spoken, but with a kindly eye, he waved me to an armchair, threw across his case of cigars, and indicated a spirit case and a gasogene in the corner. The book lacks lacks punctuation here, which I find interesting. Then he stood before the fire, and looked me over in his singular introspective fashion. Wedlock suits you. Sorry, let's do a British accent for him. Wedlock suits you, he remarked. I think, Watson, that you have put on 7.5 pounds since I saw you. 7, I answered. Indeed, I should have thought a little more. Just a trifle more, I fancy, Watson. And in practice again, I observe. You did not tell me that you intended to go into harness. Then how do you know? I see it. I deduce it. How do I know that you have been getting yourself very wet lately? And that you have a most clumsy and careless servant girl? My dear Holmes, said I, this is too much. You would certainly have been burned had you lived a few centuries ago. It is true that I had a country walk on a Thursday, and came home in a dreadful mess. But, as I changed my clothes, I can't imagine how you would deduce it. As to Mary Jane, she is incorrigible, and my wife has given her no notice. But there again I fail to see how you work it out. He chuckled to himself, and rubbed his long, nervous hands together. Get the clear hair out of my face. It tickles my cheeks. Hold on. Okay. He chuckled to himself and rubbed his long, nervous hands together. "It is simplicity itself," said he. "My eyes tell me that on the inside of your left shoe, just where the firelight strikes it, the leather is scored by 6 almost parallel cuts. Obviously, they have been caused by someone who has very carelessly scraped around the edges of the sole in order to remove crusted mud from it. Hence, you see, my double deduction that you had been out in vile weather, and that you had a particularly malignant boot-slitting specimen of the London slavey. Don't like that word. As to your practice, if a gentleman walks into my rooms, smelling of iodoform, with a black mark of nitrate of silver upon his right forefinger, and a bulge on the side of his top hat to show where he had secreted his stethoscope, I must be dull indeed if I do not pronounce him to be an active member of the medical profession." Can I say that word? I feel like I shouldn't have said that word, but I don't know. Give me a second. No, it's chill. A member of a Dean people of northwestern Canada. Alright, I guess it's chill then. Not what I thought. Let's continue. I could not help at the ease with which he had explained his process of deduction. "When I hear you give your reasons," I remarked, "the thing always appears to me so ridiculously simple that I could easily do it myself. But at each successive instance of your reasoning, I am baffled until you explain your process. And yet I believe that my eyes are as good as yours." "Quite so," he answered, lighting a cigarette and throwing himself down into an armchair. "You see, but you do not observe. The distinction is clear. For example, you have frequently seen the steps which lead up from the hall to this room." "Frequently?" Wait, hold on. The quotations get a bit confusing here. "Frequently, I say. How often?" "Well, some hundreds of times." "Then how many are there?" "How many? I don't know." "Quite so. You have not observed, and yet you have seen. This is just my point. Now I know that there are 17 steps, because I have both seen and observed. By the way, since you are interested in these little problems, and since you are good enough to chronicle 1 or 2 of my trifling experiences, you may be interested in this." He threw over a sheet of thick, pink-tinted notepaper which had been lying open upon the table. "It came by the last post," said he. "Read it aloud." The note was undated, and without either signature or address. Is this me talking? Yes. "There will call upon you tonight at 7:45, it said. "A gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe have shown that you are one who may safely be trusted with matters which are of an importance which can hardly be exaggerated. This account of you we have from all quarters received. Be in your chamber then at that hour, and do not take it amiss if your visitor wear a mask." This is indeed a fact. But the note itself, what do you deduce from it? I carefully examined the writing, and the paper upon which it was written. "The man who wrote it was presumably well-to-do," I remarked, endeavoring to imitate my companion's processes. "Such paper cannot be bought under half-a-crown a packet. It is peculiar. It's hard to do with the British accent. Peculiarly strong and stiff." "Peculiar, that is the very word," said Holmes. "It is not an English paper at all. Hold it up to the light." I did so, and I saw a large E with a small g, a P, and a large G with a small t woven into the texture of the paper. "What do you make of that?" asked Holmes. "The name of the maker, no doubt, or his monogram, rather." "Not at all. The G with the small t stands for Gesellschaft." Okay, we're getting German now. "Which is the German word for company. It is a customary contraction like our co. P, of course, stands for paper. Now for the EG. Let us glance at our Continental Gazetteer. He took down a heavy brown volume from his shelves. Iglo Nitz, here we are. Agria. It is in a German-speaking country in Bohemia, not far from Carlsbad. Remarkable as being the scene of the death of Wallenstein, and for its numerous glass factories and paper mills. Ah, my boy, what do you make of that? His eyes sparkled, and he sent up a great blue triumphant cloud from his cigarette. The paper was made in Bohemia, I said. Precisely, and the man who wrote the note is a German. Do you note the peculiar construction of the sentence? This account of you we have from all quarters received. A Frenchman or a Russian could not have written that. It is the German who is so uncourteous to his verbs. It only remains, therefore, to discover what is wanted by this German who writes upon Bohemian paper and prefers wearing a mask showing his face. And here he comes, if I am not mistaken, to resolve all of our doubts. I think... Pause. Annotation here. I feel like Sherlock Holmes might be autistic. And all the power to him. But something tells me... I know it's a bold take of mine, but... Might? Well, you never know. Maybe he's just built that way. You think? Call it bold. Hey, call it bold. Let's continue. Where was I? Damn it. Yes. As he spoke, there was the sharp sound of horses' hooves and grating wheels against the curb, followed by a sharp pull at the bell. Holmes whistled. A pair by the sound, said he. Yes, he continued, glancing out the window. A nice little... We have to pause again. I don't know what this word is. What is this?
Brougham.
Brougham?
Brougham.
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 Brougham. A horse-drawn carriage with a roof, 4 wheels, and an open driver's seat in front. Let's continue. A nice little brougham and a pair of beauties, and 150 guineas apiece. There's money in this case, Watson, if there's nothing else. I think that I had better go, Holmes. Not a bit, Doctor. Stay where you are. I am lost without my Boswell, and this promises to be interesting. It would be a pity to miss it. But your client, never mind him. I may want your help. Give me a second. Sorry, I just heard a strange and suspicious noise in my room. Where was I? But your client, never mind him. I may want your help, and so may he. Here he comes. Sit down in the armchair, Doctor, and give us your best attention. A slow and heavy step, which had been heard upon the stairs and in the passage, paused immediately outside the door. Then there was a loud and authoritative tap. Come in, said Holmes. A man entered who could hardly have been less than 6 foot 6 inches in height, with the chest and limbs of a Hercules. His dress was rich with a richness which would, in England, be looked upon as akin to bad taste. Heavy bands of astrakhan were slashed across the sleeves and fronts of his double-breasted coat, while the deep blue cloak, dyslexia, which was thrown over his shoulders, was lined with... See, now I'm getting British now, and this is just the normal text. It's infecting me. Was lined with flame-colored silk, and secured at the neck with a brooch, which consisted of a single flaming barrel. Boots, which extended halfway up his calves, and which were trimmed at the tops with rich brown fur, completed the impression of barbaric opulence, which was suggested by his whole appearance. He carried a broad-brimmed hat in his hand, while he wore across the upper part of his face, extending down past the cheekbones, a black visored mask, which he had apparently adjusted that very moment, for his hand was still raised to it as he entered. From the lower part of the face he appeared to be a man of strong character, with a thick, hanging lip, and a long, straight chin, suggestive of a resolution pushed to the length of... Why do my crickets do that? A resolution pushed to the length of obstinacy. Obstinacy. What voice should I give him? It should be German, but I don't know if I can do a German accent. What's a German like? Okay, I know what a German accent sounds like, but I need to like listen to one so that I can really get a proper vibe here to base it off something. German accent. Speaking English. Medic TF2. How to have a German accent? Okay, we're gonna watch a 2-minute 42-second video. Here, pause this.
Hello, I'm Gareth Jameson. I'm an
Hey,
actor
Gareth.
and a voice coach from www.londonvoicecoaching.com.
I love this guy, by the way.
Here are some tips for working on your voice.
Okay.
Now, you might want to do this because you're in a play, or maybe you want to impress your friends, or if you're learning German, practicing
The second
German
one.
accent while you're speaking English might help you with your accent while you're speaking German.
True.
Whatever the reason, playing with accents is a great way to exercise your voice and speech. Now, the key to any accent is to isolate the sounds that are specific to that accent. So let's start with the German W and V sound.
Okay.
There's no difference between them. They both sound like a V.
Va. V.
So let's listen to this. Vi is the voice like vine. With an English accent, that's Y is the voice like wine. But now it's Vi is the voice like vine.
Vi is the voice like Vine. That's so stupid. I sound like the Coca-Cola kid, you know? Give me a second. Okay. ADHD Simulator, we have to go listen to that now. Coca-Cola German boy. German boy.
Meine Mama hat mir einfach erlaubt, dass ich Cola trinken darf. Wie cool ist das bitte? Jetzt zocke ich Fortnite und trinke Cola. Yippie!
Okay. Anyway, back to it.
Vi is the voice like vine. Notice also that on the word in the voice,
Vi is the voice like Vine. Vi is the voice like Vine. Make him like all... Try to make... I don't know what to make this guy. This guy's a big guy, so he's like, Vi is the voice like Vine.
the TH sound has changed to a Z. In fact, it's very common for
Za.
German speakers to change the TH sound to a Z or an S. This is because there is no TH sound in German, so they get the best suitable
Loads of
sounds from
weirdos.
their native language. So try something like this. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you so much for this.
Thank you so much for this.
Thank you so much for this.
That's thank you instead of thank you,
Uh-huh.
and this instead of
This.
this. It also helps me when I do my German accent to make it a little bit more hissy or breathy sounding. This
Sure.
is technically called devoicing. So listen to this in an English accent first of all. I need these big beds. Can you hear how buzzy the voice is at the
Yeah.
end of the word?
Don't love
I
it.
need these big beds. And now in German, I need these big beds. That's beds. Almost like a TS on the end, very
Beds.
hissy. I need these big beds.
Need these big beds.
Now, it's a bit of a stereotype to say that the Germans are more serious or correct than other nationalities. That's probably not strictly true, but as an actor, it does help me to imagine myself being more correct and strict when I put
Right.
on the accent.
Okay.
So it seems to help when I do it. I don't know why.
I don't know why. I think that's funny.
Now, of course, I can't give you a whole picture of a German accent in this short session,
Sure.
but that's a general overview. If you want to learn more about voices and speech and how you can change your accent, go to
londonvoicelessons.com. Okay. Alright, let's go get back to it. Okay, where was I? He doesn't really have anything I can make German sounding. You had my note. That's more like Russian. Reminder that Van Helsing sounds like that literally all the time. Well, maybe. You had my note? He asked with a deep, harsh voice and strongly marked German accent. I told you that I would call. He looked from one to the other of us, as if uncertain which to address. Pray take a seat, said Holmes. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson, who is occasionally good enough to help me in my cases. Whom have I the honor to address? You may address me as the Count von Kram, a Bohemian nobleman. I understand that I understand that this gentleman, your friend, is a man of honor and discretion, whom, that's a H, no W, whom I may trust was a matter of the most extreme importance. If not, I should much prefer to communicate with you alone. I rose to go, but Holmes caught me by the wrist and pushed me back into my chair. Hold on, wait. Orlok, is that you? You obey this, my counsel? No. It's not Orlok. It kind of sounds like Orlok. Orlok has a similar sort of thing going on. Transylvanian sort of has that, I guess. Okay, so I rose to go, but Holmes caught me by the wrist and pushed me back into my chair. God, the yowie's already insane. It is both or none, said he. You may say before this gentleman anything which you may say to me. The Count shrugged his broad shoulders. Then I must begin, said he, by binding you both to absolute secrecy for 2 years. At the end of that time, the matter will be of no importance. At present, it is not too much to say that it is of such weight that... God, it's hard. Maybe this is him trying his best to speak English. It's fair. It did say it was very strong earlier. At present, it is not too much to say that it is of such weight that it may have an influence upon European history. I promise, said Holmes. And I. You will... Okay. You will excuse this mask, continued our strange visitor. The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you, and I may confess at once that the title by which I have just called myself is not exactly my own. I was aware of it, said Holmes dryly. The circumstances are of great delicacy, and every precaution has to be taken to quench what might grow to be an immense scandal, and seriously compromise one of the reigning families of Europe. To speak plainly, the matter implicates the great house of Ormstein. I don't know which one. He's slowly becoming Scottish. I know, it's like a fucking black hole pit of Event Horizons that sucks me in every time I do an accent. I'm out of my comfort zone. I don't do German accents often, okay? House of Ormstein. Hereditary. Oh, damn it. Now you got me thinking about Scottish, and that's making so much worse. Hereditary Kings of Bohemia. Let's just get through it. I was also aware of that, murmured Holmes, settling himself down in his armchair and closing his eyes. Our visitor glanced with some apparent surprise at the languid, lounging figure of the man who had been no doubt depicted to him as the most incisive reasoner and most energetic agent in all of Europe. Holmes slowly reopened his eyes and looked impatiently at his gigantic client. Code switching like mad? I'm not trying to. If your majesty would condescend to state your case, he remarked, I should be better able to advise you. The man sprang from his chair and paced up and down the room in uncontrollable agitation. Then, with a gesture of desperation, he tore the mask from his face and hurled it upon the ground. You are right, he cried. I tapped the R. You are right, he cried. I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal... Why? There it is. Why should I attempt to conceal it? Why, indeed, murmured Holmes. Is this more... Yes, this is more Holmes. Your Majesty had not spoken before I was aware that I was addressing Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein, Grand Duke of Cassel-Felstein and Hereditary King of Bohemia. What a crazy name. Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein, Grand Duke of Cassel-Felstein and Hereditary King of Bohemia. Wow. But you can understand, said Scottish again. Hold on. Give me a second. German boy speaking English, 43 seconds.
Hello, this is Benny. I have a problem. My English isn't the best, and I want to find
Hello.
out how I can improve my English in the best way.
You've got good English.
Person details my person. I'm 19 years old, and I'm living in Germany near Stuttgart, and I only speak English in the school sometimes, and this is definitely not enough. And I want to.
Also, you're right. Hold on. Medic TF2 voice lines. Medic voice lines from Team Fortress 2. 15
Charge
minutes.
me, Herr Doctor! Ready for the charge, Herr Doctor! Now is the time, Herr Doctor! Another successful procedure! They are weakened! I am prepared to do whatever it takes! How embarrassing! They let a man of science escape with their papers! Papers, please!
Papers, please. Oh my god, he knew about the game. Guys, he knew about the game. Okay, so I need to pronounce all my S's like Z's too. I mean, if I'm trying to get a heavy stereotypical accent. But you can understand. That's too much. But you can understand, said our strange visitor, sitting down once more and passing his hand over his high, white forehead. You can understand that I am not accustomed to doing such business in my own person. Yet the matter was so delicate that I could not confide in it. Yet the matter was so delicate that I could not confide it to an agent without putting myself in his power. No, Scottish. It got Scottish at the end. It was good until the Scottish came out. Let me pull up my crickets. Where was I? I have come incognito from Prague for the purpose of consulting you. Scottish again. Then pray, consult, said Holmes, shutting his eyes once more. The facts are briefly these. Some 5 years ago, during a lengthy visit to Warsaw, I made the acquaintance of the well-known adventuress Irene Adler. Scottish again. Irene Adler. There's that name. The name is no doubt familiar to you. Kindly look her up in the index, Doctor, murmured Holmes without opening his eyes. For many years he adopted a system of docketing all paragraphs concerning men and things, that it was difficult to name a subject or person on which he could not at once furnish information. In this case, I found her biography sandwiched in between that of a Hebrew rabbi and that of a staff commander who had written a monograph upon the deep-sea fishes. Let me see, said Holmes. Born in New Jersey in the year 1858. Contralto, La Scala, Prima Donna, Imperial Opera of Warsaw, yes. Retired from operatic stage. Ha! Living in London, quite so. Your Majesty, as I understand, became entangled with this young person, wrote her some compromising letters, and is now desirous of getting those letters back. Precisely so. But how? Was there a secret marriage? None. No legal papers or certificates? None. Then I fail to follow your Majesty. If this young person should produce her letters for blackmailing or other purposes, how is she to prove their authenticity? There is the writing. Pooh, forgery. My private notepaper. Stolen? My own zeal. Imitated. My photograph. Bought. We were both in the photograph. Oh dear, that is very bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion. I was mad, insane. You would have compromised yourself seriously. I was only Crown Prince then. I was Zin? Like you popped as in? I was only Crown Prince then. I was young. I am but 30 now. Zerty. He's Zerty. He's only 30? Wow, I expect this guy to be like 47. Say that number. Must be recovered. We have tried and failed. Your Majesty must pay. It must be bought. She will not sell. Stolen then. 5 attempts have been made. Twice, burglars in my pay ransacked her house. Once we diverted her luggage when she traveled. Twice she has been waylaid. There has been no result. Hold on. Turn this down a bit. Turn it back up a bit. That's good. No sign of it. Absolutely none. Holmes laughed. It is quite a pretty little problem, said he, but a very serious one to me. Oh, sorry. But a very serious one to me, returned the king, reproachfully. Very indeed. And what does she propose to do with the photograph? To ruin me. But how? I'm about to be married. So I have heard. To Clotilda Lothman von Saxe-Meiningen, second daughter of the King of Scandinavia. Scotchkin. I need to make it more pathetic sounding. The King of Scandinavia. It's weird. You may know the strict principles of her family. She is herself the very soul of delicacy. A shadow of a doubt as to... I did this right. A shadow of a doubt as to my conduct would bring the matter to an end. And Irene Adler threatens to send the photograph, and she will do it. I know that she will do it. You do not know her, but she has a soul of steel. She has the face of the most beautiful of women, and the mind of the most resolute of men. A little sexist. It did sound like a whining German. See, that's what I'm saying. Rather than I should marry another. I should make him whine a bit more. He's kind of sexist, just a tiny bit. I would say it's a tiny bit. It's also 1888, so he's probably actually really sexist. Rather than I should marry another woman, there are no lengths to which she would not go. None. You are sure that she has not sent it yet? I am sure. And why? Because she has said that she would send it on the day when the okay. Betrothal? How do you say that? Betrothal? I'm not saying that in German. Was publicly proclaimed. That would be next Monday. Oh then, we have 3 days yet, said Holmes with a yawn. That is very fortunate, as I have 1 or 2 matters of importance to look into just at present. Your Majesty will, of course, stay in London for the present? Certainly. You will find me at the Langham, under the name of Count von Krom. Then I will drop you a line to let you know how you progress. Pray do so. I shall be of all anxiety. Then as to money, you have carte blanche. Absolutely. I tell you that I would give one of the provinces of my kingdom to have that photograph. And for the present expenses, the king took a heavy chamois leather bag from under his cloak and laid it on the table. There are 300 pounds in gold and 700 in notes, he said. Holmes scribbled a receipt upon a sheet of his notebook and handed it to him. Okay, so 300 pounds and 700 in notes. Is that a British pound or is that actual pounds? The actual pounds, I'm assuming not, because for a lot of reasons. And sorry, I've seen this word before, but I forgot to pronounce it.
Mademoiselle. Mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle. Okay. I lost my place. I'm back. And Mademoiselle's address. Yeah. Oh, is this Holmes? Yes. And Mademoiselle's address, he asked. Is Briony Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood. Holmes took a note of it. One other question, said he. Was the photograph a cabinet? It was. Then good night, Your Majesty, and I trust that we shall soon have some good news for you. And good night, Watson, he added, as the wheels of the royal brougham rolled down the street. If you will be good enough to call tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I should like to chat this little matter over with you. Chapter 2, I guess, or Part 2. At 3 o'clock precisely, I was at Baker Street, but Holmes had not yet returned. The landlady informed me that he had left the house shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning. I sat down beside the fire, however, with the intention of waiting him, however long he might be. I was already deeply interested in his inquiry, for though it was surrounded by none of the grim and strange features which were associated with the 2 crimes which I have already recorded, still the nature of the case and the exalted station of his client gave it a character of his own. Indeed, apart from the nature of the investigation which my friend had on hand, there was something else in his masterly grasp of a situation and his keen, incisive reasoning which made it a pleasure to me to study his system of work, and to follow the quick, subtle methods by which he disentangled the most inextricable mysteries. So accustomed was I to his invariable success that the very possibility of his failing had ceased to enter my head. It was close upon 4 before the door opened, and a drunken-looking groom, ill-kempt in a side wizard, with an inflamed face and disreputable clothes, walked into the room. A Accustomed as I was to my friend's amazing powers in the use of disguises, I had to look 3 times before I was certain that it was indeed he. With a nod, he vanished into the bedroom. Once he emerged in 5 minutes, tweed-suited and respectable, as of old. Putting his hands into his pockets, he stretched out his legs in front of the fire and laughed heartily for some minutes. "Well, really," he cried, and then he choked and laughed again until he was obliged to lie back, limp and helpless in the chair. "What is it?" "It's quite too funny. I am sure you could never guess how I employed my morning, or what I ended by doing." "I can't imagine. I suppose that you have been watching the habits and perhaps the house of Miss Irene Adler?" "Quite so, but the sequel was rather unusual. I will tell you, however. I left the house a little after 8 o'clock this morning, in the character of a groom out of work. There is a wonderful sympathy of Freemasonry among horsey men. Be one of them, and you will know all that there is to know. I soon found Briony Lodge. It is a Bijou villa, with a garden at the back, but built out in the front, right up to the road 2 stories. Chubb lock to the door, large sitting room on the right side, well furnished with long windows almost to the floor, and those preposterous English window fasteners which a child could open. Behind there was nothing remarkable, save that the passage window could be reached from the top of the coach house. I walked round it and examined closely from every point of view, but without noting anything else of interest. Did I read that? No, the end of the quote never happened. So they forgot to punctuate again. It's fine. It's like an old book. When was this published? Hold on, give me a second. When was this published? Or not published, printed. My bad. Now I'm really confused. It's not telling me when this was printed. Surely it wasn't that long ago. Is it on the cover? Don't get ADHD, kids, because now you have to know. It's not telling me. Now I'm very intrigued. When was this printed? Hold on. We're going on a side adventure. Or is on the spine? It's not on the cover. It's not in the copyright page. I'll look one more time at the copyright page. Yeah, it's not here. Okay. Now I'm curious. Okay, this is the original illustrated Sherlock. Yep. Found it. Whoa. Okay, but when was it printed, though? So even this one was originally published in 1905, but I don't know when this was printed. Because the paper feels old, but it has a new cover, like a book cover, a sleeve on it that is like new. The actual paper feels old, and the printing is sort of like old as well. Yeah, this was published in 1905, but I don't know when this was printed. Clearly wasn't that long ago, I'd imagine. Huh. Here's where you can buy it, but print date? Got no clue. Weird. Alright, let's get back to it. Back to reading. I then lounged, this is Holmes speaking. I then lounged down the street and found, as I expected, that there was a mews in a lane which runs down by one wall of the garden. I lent the ostlers a hand in rubbing down their horses, and I received in exchange 2 pence, a glass of half and half, 2 fills of shag tobacco, and as much information as I could desire about Miss Adler. To say nothing of half a dozen other people in the neighborhood in whom I was not in the least interested, but whose biographies I was compelled to listen to. And what of Irene Adler? I asked. Oh, she has turned all the men's heads down in that part. She is the daintiest thing under a bonnet on this planet. Bonnet. So say the Serpentine Muse to a man. She lives quietly, singing at concerts, drives out at 5 every day, and returns at 7 sharp for dinner. Seldom goes out at other times, except when she sings. Has only 1 male visitor, but a good deal of him. He is a dark, handsome, and dashing. Never calls less than once a day, and often twice. He is a Mr. Godfrey Norton of the Inner Temple. See the advantages of a cabman as a confidant. They had driven him home a dozen times from Serpentine Mews, and knew all about him. When I had listened to all they had to tell, I began to walk up and down near Briony Lodge once more, and to think over my plan of campaign. This Godfrey Norton was evidently an important factor in the matter. He was a lawyer. That sounded ominous. What was the relation between them, and what the object of his repeated visits? Was she his client, his friend, or his mistress? If the former, she had probably transferred the photograph to his keeping. If the latter, it was less likely. On the issue of this question depended whether I should continue my work at Briony Lodge or turn my attention to the gentlemen's chambers in the temple. It was a delicate point, and it widened the field of my inquiry. I fear that I bore you with these details, but I have to let you see my little difficulties if you are to understand the situation. I am following you closely, I answered. I was still balancing the matter in my mind when a handsome cab drove up to Briony Lodge, and a gentleman sprang out. He was a remarkably handsome man, dark, aquiline, and mustached, evidently the man of whom I heard. He appeared to be in a great hurry, shouted out to the cabman to wait, and brushed past the maid who opened the door with the air of a man who was thoroughly at home. He was in the house about half an hour, and I could catch glimpses of him in the windows of the sitting room, pacing up and down, talking excitedly and waving his arms. Of her I could see nothing. Presently he emerged, looking even more flurried than before. As he stepped up to the cab, he pulled a gold watch from his pocket and looked at it earnestly. "Drive like the devil," he shouted. "First to Gross and Hankey's in Regent Street, and then to the Church of St. Monica in the Edgware Road. Half a guinea if you do it in 20 minutes. Away they went, and I was just wondering whether I should not do well to follow them, when up the lane came a neat little landau. I don't know what that word is. I don't know what a lot of these words are, but it's fine. The coachman with his coat only half buttoned and his tie under his ear, while all the tags of his harness were sticking out at the buckles. It hadn't pulled up before she shot out of the hall door and into it. I only caught a glimpse of her at the moment, but she was a lovely woman, with a face that a man might die for. The Church of Saint Monica John, she cried, and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes. This was quite too good to lose, Watson. I was just bouncing whether I should run for it, or whether I should perch behind her landau, when a cab came through the street. The driver looked twice at his shabby fare, but I jumped in before he could object. The Church of Saint Monica, said I, and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes. It was 25 minutes to 12, and of course it was clear enough what was in the wind. My cabby drove fast. I don't think I ever drove faster, but the others were there before us. The cab and the landau with their streaming horses were in front of the door when I arrived. I paid the man and hurried into the church. There was not a soul there save the two whom I had followed and the thrice clergyman. These are strange words. Who seemed to be expostulating with them. They were all three standing in a knot in front of the altar. I lounged up the side aisle like any other idler who has dropped into a church. Suddenly, to my surprise, the three at the altar faced round to me, and Godfrey Norton came running as hard as he could towards me. "Thank God," he cried. "You'll do. Come, come." "What then?" I asked. "Come, man. Come only 3 minutes, or it won't be legal." I was half dragged up to the altar, and before I knew where I was, I found myself mumbling responses which were whispered in my ear, and vouching for things of which I knew nothing, and generally assisting them in the secure tying up of Irene Adler, spinster, to Godfrey Norton, bachelor. It was all done in an instant, and there was a gentleman thanking me on the one side and a lady on the other, while the clergyman beamed on me in front. It was the most preposterous position in which I had ever found myself in my life, and it was the thought of it that started me laughing just now. It seems there had been informality about their license, and the clergyman absolutely refused to marry them without a witness of some sort, and that my lucky appearance saved the bridegroom from having to sally out into the streets in search of a best man. The bride gave me a sovereign, and I mean to wear it on my watch chain in memory of the occasion. "This is a very unexpected turn of affairs," said I. "And what then?" You ever just get dragged into someone's wedding? Mind you, you're investigating this woman, by the way, because you're trying to prevent her from leaking info, which, to be fair, probably should be leaked, about another guy getting married. Let's continue. Well, I found my plans very seriously menaced. It looked as if the pair might take an immediate departure, and so necessitate very prompt and energetic measures on my part. At the church door, however, they separated, he driving back to the temple, and she to her own house. I shall drive out in the park at 5 as usual," she said, as she left him. I heard no more. They drove away in different directions, and I went off to make my own arrangements. "Which are?" "Some cold beef and a glass of beer," he answered, ringing the bell. "I've been too busy to think of food, and I'm likely to be busier still this evening. By the way, Doctor, I shall want your cooperation." "I shall be delighted." "You don't mind breaking the law?" "Not in the least." "Not running a chance of arrest?" "Not in a good cause." "Oh, the cause is excellent." "Then I am your man." "I was sure that I might rely on you." "But what is it you wish?" "When Mrs. Turner had brought in the tray, I will make it clear to you. Now," he said, as he turned hungrily on the simple fare that our landlady had provided, "I must discuss it while I eat, for I have not much time. It is nearly 5 now. In 2 hours we must be on the scene of action. Miss Irene, or Madam, rather, returns from her drive at 7. We must be at Briony Lodge to meet her." "And what then?" "You must leave that to me. I have already arranged what is to occur. There's only one point on which I must insist. You must not interfere, come what may. You understand." "I am to be neutral?" "To do nothing whatever. There will probably be some small unpleasantness. Do not join in it. It will end in my being conveyed into the house. 4 or 5 minutes afterwards the sitting-room window will open. You are to station yourself close to that open window." Yes. You are to watch me, for I will be visible to you. Yes. And when I raise my hand, so, you will throw into the room what I give you to throw, and will, at the same time, raise the cry of fire. You quite follow me? Entirely. It is nothing very formidable, he said, taking a long cigar-shaped roll from his pocket. It is an ordinary plumber's smoke rocket, fitted with a cap at either end to make it self-lighting. Your task is confined to that. When you raise your cry of fire, it will be taken up by quite a number of people. You may then walk to the end of that street, and I will rejoin you in 10 minutes. I hope that I have made myself clear. I am to remain neutral, to get near the window, to watch you, and at the signal to throw in this object, then to raise the cry of fire, and to wait you at the corner of the street. Precisely. Then you may entirely rely on me. That is excellent. I think perhaps it is almost time that I prepare for the new role I have to play. Pause. This guy's insane, dude. I do like a bit earlier he said, you don't mind breaking the law, and Watson's like, nah, not in the least. Nor running a chance of arrest, not a good cause. Oh, the cause is excellent. Then I am your man. And like, I'm like, what could they possibly do? Like, are they trespassing? Oh, no, they're starting a fire. Not a bad one. Sherlock, assured us, but yeah, no, like, this is not exactly, this is arson. This is not great. He really is just intent on solving this at any cost. This is great. This is deranged. This is delusional. Let's continue. He disappeared into his room and returned in a few minutes in the character of an amiable and simple-minded nonconformist clergyman. His broad black hat, his baggy trousers, his white tie, his sympathetic smile, and a general look of peering and benevolent curiosity were such as Mr. John Hare alone could have equaled. It was not merely that Holmes changed his costume, his expression, his manner, his very soul seemed to vary with every fresh part that he assumed. The stage lost a fine actor, even as science lost an acute reasoner, when he became a specialist in crime. This guy's also a cosplayer. Sherlock is the most committed to the bit there ever was. Clearly. It was 6:15 when we left Baker Street, and it still wanted 10 minutes to the hour when we found ourselves in Serpent Avenue. It was already dusk, and the lamps were just being lighted as we paced up and down in front of Briony Lodge, waiting for the coming of its occupant. The house was just such as I had pictured it from Sherlock Holmes' succinct description, but the locality appeared to be less private than I expected. On the contrary, for a small street in a quiet neighborhood, it was remarkably animated. There was a group of shabbily dressed men smoking and laughing in a corner, a scissors grinder with his wheel, 2 guardsmen who were flirting with a nurse girl, and several well-dressed young men who were lounging up and down with cigars in their mouths. You see, remarked Holmes, as we paced to and fro in front of the house, this marriage rather simplifies matters. The photograph becomes a double-edged weapon now. The chances are that she would be as averse to being seen by Mr. Godfrey Norton as her client is to its coming to the eyes of his princess. Now the question is, where are we to find the photograph? Cheap viewers on... Okay. We'll see where we find the photograph, but Ravenous Q is about to find a ban at his doorstep. Okay. Let's continue. Where, indeed, it is most likely that she carries it about with her. It is cabinet size, too large for easy concealment about a woman's dress. She knows that the king is capable of having her waylaid and searched. 2 attempts of the sort have already been made. We may take it then... Sorry, I had a burp. We may take it then that she does not carry it about with her. Where then? A banker or her lawyer. There is that double possibility, but I am inclined to think neither. Women are naturally secretive, and they like to do their own secreting. why should she hand it over to anyone else? She could trust her own guardianship, but she could not tell what indirect or political influence might be brought to bear upon a businessman. Besides, remember that she had resolved to use it within a few days. It must be where she can lay her hands upon it. It must be in her own house. But it has twice been burgled. Pshaw! They did not know how to look. But how will you look? I will not look. What then? I will get her to show me. But she will refuse. She will not be able to. But I hear the rumble of wheels. It is her carriage. Now carry out my orders to the letter. As he spoke, the gleam of the sidelights of a carriage came round the curve of the avenue. It was a smart little landau which rattled up to the door of Briony Lodge. As it pulled up, one of the loafing men at the corner dashed forward to open the door, in the hope of earning a copper, but was elbowed away by another loafer who had rushed up with the same intention. A fierce quarrel broke out, which was increased by the two guardsmen, who took sides with one of the loungers, and by the scissors grinder, who was equally hot upon the other side. A blow was struck, and in an instant the lady who had stepped from her carriage was the center of a little knot of flushed and struggling men who struck savagely at each other with their fists and sticks. Holmes dashed into the crowd to protect the lady.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel.
I just got an ad.
My natural hair.
I just got so scared. That jump scared me. Oh my god. I forgot I even had crickets playing, and then I got... That was so scary. Ugh. Okay, it's fine. Okay, let me get my crickets back. Oof. That, like, actually jump scared me. Okay, let's continue. Okay, where was I? My face is hot after that. She scared me. Philomena scared me. Holmes dashed into the crowd to protect the lady, but just as he reached her, he gave a cry and dropped to the ground, with the blood running freely down his face. At his fall, the guardsmen took to their heels in one direction and the loungers in the other, while a number of better-dressed people who had watched the scuffle without taking part in it crowded in to help the lady and to attend to the injured man. Irene Adler, as I will still call her, had hurried up the steps, but she stood at the top with her superb figure outlined against the lights of the hall, looking back into the street. "Is the poor gentleman much hurt?" she asked. "He is dead," cried several voices. No, there's life in him," shouted another. "But he'll be gone before you can get him to hospital." "He's a brave fellow," said a woman. "They would have had the lady's purse and watch it if it hadn't been for him. They were a gang, and a rough one, too. He's breathing now." "And he can't lie in the street. May we bring him in, ma'am?" "Surely. Bring him into the sitting room. There's a comfortable sofa. This way, please." Slowly and solemnly, he was borne into Briony Lodge. How much left do we have? Oh, we're getting near the end. There's only a couple pages left. Slowly and solemnly, he was borne into Briony Lodge, and laid out in the principal room, where I still observed the proceedings from my post by the window. The lamps had been lit, but the blinds had not been drawn, so I could see Holmes as he lay upon the couch. I do not know whether he was seized with compunction at that moment for the part he was playing, but I know that I would never felt more heartily ashamed of myself in my life than when I saw the beautiful creature against whom I was conspiring, or the grace and kindliness with which she waited upon the injured man. And yet it would be the blackest treachery to Holmes to draw back now from the part which he had entrusted to me. I hardened my heart and took the smoke rocket from under my ulster. After all, I thought, we are not injuring her, we are but preventing her from injuring another. Holmes had sat up upon the couch, and I saw him motion like a man who is in need of air. A maid rushed across and threw open the window. At the same instant I saw him raise his hand, and at the signal I tossed my rocket into the room with a cry of "Fire!" The word was no sooner out my mouth than the whole crowd of spectators, well dressed and ill, gentlemen, ostlers, and the servant maids, joined in a general shriek of "Fire!" Thick clouds of smoke curled through the room and out the open window. I caught a glimpse of rushing figures, and a moment later the voice of Holmes from within, assuring them that it was a false alarm. Slipping through the shouting crowd, I made my way to the corner of the street, and in 10 minutes he was rejoiced to find my friend's arm in mine, and to get away with the scene of an uproar. He walked swiftly and in silence for some minutes, until he had turned down one of the quiet streets which led towards the Edgware Road. "You did very nicely, Doctor," he remarked. "Nothing could have been better. It is all right." "You have the photograph." "I know where it is." "And how did you find out?" "She showed me, as I told you she would." "I'm still in the dark." "I do not wish to make a mystery," said he, laughing. "The matter was perfectly simple. You, of course, saw that everyone in the street was an accomplice. They were all engaged for the evening." "I guessed as much." "Then, when the row broke out, I had a little moist red paint in the palm of my hand. Rushed forward, fell down, clapped my hand to my face, and became a piteous spectacle. It is an old trick." "That I could also fathom." "Then they carried me in. She was bound to have me in. What else could she do?" And into her sitting room, which was the very room which I suspected. It lay between her and that in her bedroom, and I was determined to see which. They led me on a couch. I motioned for air. They were compelled to open the window, and you had your chance." "How did that help you?" "It was all important. When a woman thinks that her house is on fire, her instinct is at once to rush to the thing which she values most. It is a perfectly overpowering impulse, and I have more than once taken advantage of it. In the case of Darlington substitution scandal, In the case of the Darlington substitution scandal, it was of use to me, and also in the Ornsworth Castle business. A married woman grabs at her baby, an unmarried one reaches for a jewel box. Now it was clear to me that Our Lady of today had nothing in the house more precious to her than what we are in quest of. She would rush to secure it. The alarm of fire was admirably done. The smoke and shouting were enough to shake nerves of steel. She responded beautifully. The photograph is in a recess behind a sliding panel just above the right bell pull. She was there in an instant, and I caught a glimpse of it as she half drew it out. When I cried out that it was a false alarm, she replaced it, glanced at the rocket, rushed from the room, and I have not seen her since. I rose, making my excuses, escaped from the house. I hesitated whether to attempt to secure the photograph at once, but the coachman had come, and as he was watching me narrowly, it seemed safer to wait. A little precipitance may ruin it all. "And now?" I asked. "Our quest is practically finished. I shall call with the king tomorrow, and with you if you care to come with us. We will be shown into the sitting room to wait for the lady, but it is probable that when she comes she may find neither us nor the photograph. It might be a satisfaction to His Majesty to regain it with his own hands." "And when will you call?" "At 8 in the morning. She will not be up, so we shall have a clear field. Besides, we must be prompt, for this marriage may mean a complete change in her life and habits. I must wire to the king without delay." We had reached Baker Street and had stopped at the door. He was searching his pockets for the key when someone passing said, "Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes." There were several people on the pavement at the time, but the greeting appeared to come from a slim youth in an ulster who had hurried by. "I've heard that voice before," said Holmes, staring down the dimly lit street. "Now I wonder who the deuce that could have been." Part 3. I slept at Baker Street that night, and we were engaged upon our toast and coffee in the morning when the King of Bohemia rushed into the room. You have really got it," he cried, grasping Sherlock Holmes by either shoulder and looking eagerly into his face. "Not yet." "But do you have hopes?" "I have hopes." "Then come. I am all impatience to be gone." "We must have a cab." "No, my brougham is waiting." "Waiting. There it is." "My brougham is waiting." "Then that will simplify matters." We descended and started off once more for Briony Lodge. "Irene Adler is married," remarked Holmes. "Married? When?" "Yesterday." "But to whom?" "To an English lawyer named Norton." "But she could not love him." "I am in hopes that she does." "And why in hopes?" "Because it would spare your Majesty all fear of future annoyance. If the lady loves her husband, she does not love her Majesty. If she does not love your majesty, there's no reason she should interfere with your majesty's plan. It is true, and yet, well, I wish she had been of my own station. What a queen she would have made. What a dick. Sorry, let me continue. He relapsed into a moody silence which was not broken until we drew up in Serpentine Avenue. The door of Briony Lodge was open, and an elderly woman stood upon the steps. She watched us with a sardonic eye as we stepped from the brougham. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe, said she. I am Mr. Holmes, answered my companion, looking at her with a questioning and rather startled gaze. Indeed, my mistress told me that you were likely to call. She left this morning with her husband by the 5:15 train from Charing Cross for the Continent. What? Sherlock Holmes staggered back, white with chagrin and surprise. Do you mean that she has left England? Never to return. The plot thickens. And the papers? Asked the king, hoarsely. All is lost. We shall see. He pushed past the servant and rushed into the drawing room, followed by the king and myself. The furniture was scattered about in every direction, with dismantled shelves and open drawers, as if the lady had hurriedly ransacked them before her flight. Holmes rushed at the bell pull, tore back a small sliding shutter, and plunged into his hand. Pulled out a photograph and a letter. The photograph was of Irene Adler herself in the evening dress. The letter was superscribed to, quote, Sherlock Holmes. Hold on, wait. I have to look something up. Sorry, there's an abbreviation. Let's continue. The photograph was of Irene Adler herself in the evening dress. The letter was superscribed to Sherlock Holmes, Esquire, to be left till called for. My friend tore it open, and we all three read it together. It was dated at midnight of the preceding night, and ran in this way. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you really did it very well. You took me in completely. Until after the alarm of fire, I had not a suspicion, but then when I found out I had betrayed myself, I began to think. I had been warned against you months ago. I had been told that if the king employed an agent, it would certainly be you, and your address had been given me. Yet with all this, you made me reveal what you wanted to know. Even after I became suspicious, I found it hard to think evil of such a dear, kind old clergyman. But you know, I have been trained as an actress myself. Male costume is nothing new to me. I often take advantage of the freedom which it gives. I sent John, the coachman, to watch you. Ran upstairs, got into my walking clothes, as I call them, and came down just as you departed. Well, I followed you to your door, and so made sure that I was really an object of interest to the celebrated Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Then I, rather imprudently, wished you good night, and started for the Temple to see my husband. We both thought the best resource was flight when pursued by so formidable an antagonist. So you will find the nest empty when you call tomorrow. As to the photograph, your client may rest in peace. I love and am loved by a better man than he. The king may do what he will without hindrance from one who he was cruelly wronged. I keep it only to safeguard myself and to preserve a weapon which will always secure me from any steps which he might take in the future. I leave a photograph which he might care to possess, and I remain, dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, very truly yours. Signed, Irene Norton, née Adler. Nee? Adler? She hustled them! Oh my gosh, she hustled them like crazy. What a woman! Oh, what a woman! Cried the King of Bohemia, when we had all three read this epistle. Did I not tell you how quick and resolute she was? Would she not have made an admirable queen? Is it not a pity that she was not on my level? From what I have seen of the lady, she seems indeed to be on a very different level to your majesty, said Holmes coldly. I am sorry that I've been able to bring your Majesty's business to a more successful conclusion. On the contrary, my dear sir, cried the king, nothing could be more successful. I know that her word is inviolate. The photograph is now safe as it were in the fire. I am glad to hear your Majesty say so. I am immensely indebted to you. Pray tell me, in what way could I reward you? This ring, he slipped an emerald snake ring from his finger, and held it out upon the palm of his hand. Your Majesty has something which I should value even more highly, said Holmes. You have but to name it. This photograph. The king stared at him in amazement. Irene's photograph, he cried. Certainly, if you wish it. I thank your Majesty. Then there is no more to be done in the matter. I have the honor to wish you a very good morning. He bowed, and turning away, without observing the hand with which the king had stretched out to him, he set off in the company for his chambers. And that was how a great scandal threatened to affect the kingdom of Bohemia, and how the best plans of Mr. Sherlock Holmes were beaten by a woman's wit. He used to make merry over the cleverness of women, but I have not heard him do it of late. And when he speaks of Irene Adler, or when he refers to her photograph, it is always under the honorable title of the woman. And that is the end of our first adventure of Sherlock Holmes, The Scandal of Bohemia. That was actually really fun. That was a really good story. Sherlock just got mogged by Irene Adler. That was the moral of the story. Yeah, it was good. I like that. I also liked reading a lot. It's good to be back into reading. How about this? I'll end every stream, probably. That's maybe a bit of a promise. I'll try to end every stream with a Sherlock Holmes story. Which would be good because since they're all sort of like on their own, you know, like you can, if you miss one, it's not a big deal. Up next time we read, is the second story in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, named The Red-Headed League. So, I'm excited for that. As for me now, I'm probably gonna head out. I'm gonna try to stream, at least Thursday, but, you know, I'm gonna try. I'm bad at promising things, so, you know, we'll see. But, yeah, thank you for showing up to stream. Thank you for watching me play, Slay the Princess. Thank you for listening to me read Sherlock Holmes. I know I paused quite a bit, because my eyes, they're not good at reading. I think I nailed the German accent near the end once I made it pathetic sounding. I just had to make it pathetic. I couldn't make him sound cool. I had to make him sound pathetic. And honestly, he kind of is a pathetic guy. But anyway. So yeah. Hope you guys had fun. Hope you guys enjoyed. True. Yeah, he kind of was pathetic. I mean, he wasn't like the worst, but he definitely was a little pathetic, though. It's okay. Sometimes there's pathetic people. I like the story, though. It was really cool that she was the smartest one there. I like that. Shows that Sherlock Holmes isn't, he's smart and he covers all his tracks, and like does all of stuff, whatever, but he's like largely infallible, but he's not undefeatable, which I think is pretty cool. Anyway, that'll be it for tonight. Hope you enjoyed. I'll go live at some point. I've been enjoying streaming again, so anyway, have a good one, everybody. I'll give it a second before I end stream because there's a bit of a delay, and if I end it right now, then you'll hear it'll just cut out. Good night.